Hey, beautiful people. You guys are not going to believe what almost happened to me. I'm prone to fires and I almost, my incense, Ooh. almost just had a fire already. We are navigating through some stuff. It's going to be an interesting season, this Libra full moon. Hey, beautiful people. Who do we have in the room? Who do we have in the room so far, guys? How are you guys doing? How's the Libra full moon energies treating you guys? We are now effectively in the pre-shadow period of Mercury going retrograde in Taurus. Let your girl know how's the mocks going, because we're going to have exams in a couple of weeks. So let me know how the energies are treating you guys, because it is interesting. I literally almost just set my whole place onto fire. Okay, coming into this, I had to reset the space because the incense went out. Okay, it didn't survive the actual episode, I guess. But yeah, there was I guess some tense energy, some anxieties, I guess. So we relieve the energy. It's all good. Hey, who do we have in the room? So, Love, Nikki, 14, Shaylee, I said hey to you as well, girl. Kayla, we've got Smaradina in the room. Sarah's in the room. I am fine. I was fine even when it was happening, to be fair, but I was just like, oh my God, is this how we mean to go on tonight, guys? How are you guys feeling? What's the energy? What's the atmosphere? That's how I felt, to be honest. But yeah, I guess coming into this space, it is to be understood. With all of this like buildup of collecting of energy that's kind of like going on at the minute, I was like, yeah, I had to go and see what do we have sort of coming up. And also a lot of stuff kind of started to pick up momentum this week as well, to be fair. So in April is always one of those. Hey, Katie. Yes, we are taking donations. Love, Nikki. Oh, you still here? That's what's up. I don't know. Can Sarah Juliet be added to the list? Where are we with the list? Let me have a look and see what the list is. What was the last list? Oh, there's been some people in the room since then. I guess Rika, Sterling. Is KT already on the list? KT. Yeah, we probably need to update the list. Yeah, we'll probably need to update the list. I'm from the US. How much will I send for 2 questions? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shaylee. Okay. This is why I love you guys, because you guys make this a little bit easier so that I can just focus on organizing my own thoughts rather than all of this stuff over here. And I appreciate you guys humbly for that. How are you guys doing, BTW? Like, let me know. What's the vibe? Okay. How's everybody sort of like feeling? How's the week treating you guys? We are going through an ascension. We know that this is a weekend of major ascension points. Okay. Because we've got Mercury sort of like setting us up for his sort of like inevitable retrograde in Taurus. So we're definitely going to be sort of going through some stuff. Yeah. Hey, Ash. Currency converter. 2 questions. I think it's £5. Not sure how much that is in terms of pounds converted to US. So that's something like Katie said, currency converter. I'm not that. Maybe if I was into the Forex market, my mind could do the analytics on that and like give you a straight off the cuff, but not there yet. Maybe I'll work on it. I am doing I'm gearing up. I'm gearing up for this Mercury retrograde because I feel like it's going to be good for us. I feel like Mercury retrograde gets like a bad rep, but I feel like there's a lot of positives to Mercury retrograde as well. And I think if we know how to utilize the energy, it could actually be dope. And this actually brings me to a conversation, guys, on actually sort of like bringing back a podcast to be able to sort of like have a detailed discussion about these things, because I don't like have those discussions with you guys here enough in that space like that, but we kind of need a separate space to be able to unpack a lot of these things as well for some of the classes we've got sort of like coming up, because I think it would help for a lot of these questions that we're asking, right? To know at least what classes we're sitting so that we can act accordingly, or at least show up to class, because there are some classes that I'm at least like 2 years behind for because I haven't done my assignment and I stopped going to class. That part. And see you guys, right? Thank you, Chaley. Thank you. Look at that. She even liked it. Listen. This is why I love my people. I don't know if the list is open. Chrissy, let's see. Mina, Ash, Sammy, Ariona, Chaley. Hold on, sorry. Smoradina is actually first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look at that, Chrissy. You get the last slot on the list, I guess. I think Love Nikki. I don't know. Love Nikki was donating, she said. So it depends. Smoradina's put her question out there. We're actually going to go and dive into it because they're like, listen, it may just be time to sort of get things. Oh, okay. Thank you. Good job. Thank you, Chrissy. Look at that. We had to come back to it, right? Quickly. They're just like, okay, we don't want you off cue tonight, be on your A game. What do you guys think about the podcast situation? Like, outside of this space, to actually like have a discussion about some of these things that are going on astrologically and how we're being set up for what's to come, because I don't know how you guys are going to do on your mock that we're going to be sitting for the next 2 weeks to prepare us for the Mercury retrograde, for the 3-week exam that we're going to be sitting in that period, which we're going to be recovering a further 2 weeks during the Mercury post shadow period. Basically, for the next 2 months, we're going to be in denial. Snaps for denial, Bill. Oh God, it's going to be an interesting ride. Anywho, guys, let's go ahead and dive into it, because I want to chop this up to see what the hell is actually going to be. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, I see the list is closed. No worries. I'll be here next time. Enjoy the night, loves. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Sorry about that. Let me pin this list, actually. Definitely need that pinned. And is Chrissy going to be added to the list as well, I think? Yeah. Oh, Chrissy's added to the list. Let me unpin this one and pin the appropriate one then. And then we will go and dive into all of this awesomeness, guys, because we are having some ascension points activated and I'm super, super excited. I'm actually like quaking in my boots with enthusiasm, right? So yeah, I don't know. Love Nikki, did you send that on? I don't know. Did you send it on Cashapp or PayPal? I'm not too sure. Let me know where you sent it and I'll have a look for you, my love. Where would I go? Have a look. Okay, Cashapp. I'll have a look. Yep. Got it, my love. Go for it. Thematics of the game, guys. You know how this works. I think Love Nikki. Smoradina did put her question out. She did retract her question. She did put her question out again. So I'm going to do Smoradina's question. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to move into that space because the guides already asked me to start in that space already. I was a little bit delayed. Okay, my human can go, I guess. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. At least it's just one. We'll chop it up. And then you can think about as well how to word your question, right? We'll see what kind of mood the guides are in tonight. Smoradina's question. Okay. How is John feeling about me? What will happen between us? Okay, I'm gonna start with the romance cards and see where we are with the feeling situation. Is Mina in the room? I haven't seen any interaction with Mina, so I'm not sure if she's in the room, but she's up next as well after Love Nikki. So I know the time difference is cray, so no pressure, just checking because we're kind of aligning the list basically. And also, guys, so let me know in the chat what you guys think about sort of like having a podcast to be able to sort of like discuss some of the classes that we're going to be sitting astrologically, and kind of making another day for us to be able to kind of like have another day to do readings as well. I'm trying to give you guys a little bit more of my time because I'm backdated on assignments. And I'm trying to like get my lazy personality type. Like I'm a Pisces, so I'm flaky. I can't help it. It's who I am. I don't judge myself, right? But I'm working on it. So let me know if y'all can help a sister out so I can optimize that personality type. But let me know in the chat what you guys are thinking, and we're gonna dive in because my ear is burning. I don't know if you guys can see how red it is, but it is burning. So the guys want to talk; they want to get into it. Right, guys. Smoradina wants to know how John feels towards her. How does John? Okay, thank you. Okay, so, is there communication between you and John at the minute? Because what I'm seeing on the cards, there seems to be some sort of discussions about reconciliation. Are you guys in active communication at the minute, Smoradina? Oh, yay. Yes, noted, Chaley. Oh, Kayla. Hey, beautiful. I'll tell you what, Kayla. If you stick around or if you're here at the end, we'll see how the guides are feeling. If you have to go and tune back in towards the end, check in for us and see how the guides are feeling. Yeah. There's usually a slot for someone else on the free list. I don't know because you're traveling. I wouldn't want to say sit and wait for us. Do you see what I'm saying? But if things kind of align for you to sort of come back into the space, then so be it. It was already written. Okay. Yes, please, Chaley. That would actually be really cute. That would be really cute. That would be cute. I like that idea. I actually saw you in my mind's eye when I thought about it, but I thought it may be like a co-hosting, guest co-hosting sort of like situation. So I may even have like a panel that I guess we kind of like have discussions and we, you know, because it's nice to bounce off each other, right? So we're going to have sidebars. Sorry, guys. This is what I'm saying. I came to finish up on assignments. Okay, your girls got assignments. I'm late to class and stuff. But Smoradina, right. Yeah, I'm waiting on him to come back to my city. Okay. So this is why I asked the question, is because the timeline on that is it's not anytime soon as far as like waiting for him to sort of come back. Hey, Mina, was just asking about you. As far as his feelings towards you, so he is kind of like navigating through a little bit of a honeymoon period, I guess, in terms of like the emotion and the missing and the sort of like yearning. I guess there is a little bit of an element of codependency there. So there is an emotional attachment that's there. But I had to ask the question in terms of the distance situation because the reconciliation card is in reverse. So, and behind that, we actually have very soon in upright. So it is going to be quite a little bit of a stent in terms of the period of separation. How long do you guys know how long they're due to be away for? My internet is a little bit off and delayed, guys. Come on now. I know we're in the Mercury, pre-shadow period that started yesterday. So we've got some energies moving through the space. Resistance is futile at the minute. So yeah, 2 months. Okay, that makes sense. It's going to good timing, girl. Oh, you are being spared, my love. You are being spared. Trust me, at least they won't be coming in during the Mercury retrograde class that will be sitting. So definitely utilize that time to optimize any factors that you can in terms of romance class when it comes to communication, right? Because this is clearly the area that you're going to be optimizing most within this type of dynamic that you guys are sitting if this is a distance situation. Good thing. Listen, they are sparing you. Listen, thank the Lord. Okay. So I just have to put that out there. Thank the Lord. Because at least you don't necessarily have to have like that direct impact of, I guess, trigger zone, right? Because that's what happens during retrograde season. We see where we really are, right? Healing season is really sort of like in effect. So yeah, communication class is definitely going to be, oh, you guys are. So what I'm seeing with the situation beneath the undertone in terms of the feelings as well, I don't know how often you guys are actually able to speak to each other as well, because it seems like there's a lot of restrictions in terms of that dynamic as well with the situation. It's also showing me that when you guys do communicate, there isn't necessarily a mask in the space. It's actually like taking each other as you are type thing, just kind of like letting your authentic selves go back and forth. And it's not always necessarily just in terms of expressing like the romantic side of things. It's also just speaking about like long-term visions and goals and certain sort of plans, I guess, in terms of life trajectory, right? So those types of conversations are able to flow fairly easily as well and effectively. I don't know in terms of feelings on the situation. I don't know if he's all the way made up his mind if this is the one, right? I don't know if he's made up his mind feeling like this is the one type situation, but I think he's kind of not necessarily making as much effort as he possibly could do with the situation. I'll say that much. And he feels that way as well. He feels like there's chemistry there, but he's not necessarily. Bixby, not right now. He feels like the chemistry is there, but he's not nurturing it enough at the minute as well. And he does feel like that's because he's still sort of like young in ways of being able to kind of like meet those requirements just yet, right? He's still quite immature to some degree in terms of like time management, because these things take maturity. Do you see what I'm saying? Like constructing life and the fundamentals, it takes maturity. So the separation that you guys are experiencing in terms of the distance is allowing for you guys to be able to have heart-to-heart conversations where it's not just like surface stuff as well, and it is a conversation where you guys are speaking about some of the things that you kind of like appreciate about your situation, your dynamics, and it's kind of like a positive conversation for both of you guys overall speaking, right? It's generally a very optimistic sort of disposition in terms of where you guys kind of see yourselves going with the situation. Yeah, he's not putting a lot of effort. I think he knows that as well. And I think this is what I was saying about the maturity thing. I think that he feels as well that he's not necessarily got all his ducks in a row, if you will. So those are some of the things that plays a factor in the situation as well in terms of how he's able to come to the table. Because I don't think he knows how to do the extra little stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? I think he's content with doing the bare minimum because that's no reflection on you. That's more. And again, this is something that we're sitting. This is going to be interesting for you because we're sitting self-worth class during this Mercury retrograde. Dun dun dun. And this is why I said to you that I wanted to be able to do this panel thing. We may even be getting this ish started like next Wednesday, like as soon as we go through this ascension point, just to utilize these energies and prepare ourselves to kind of propel ourselves. Because with this type of dynamic, like the way in which he generally deals with situations is going to have you questioning, oh, am I not worth the extra phone call? Am I not worth an extra 10 minutes on the phone? Am I not worth a response to my message? Like, all of these things are going to be triggered. They are going to sort of have to pass through the system, right? So that you can, and this is what I was saying, girl, at least you get to do this from a distance, because can be explosive, right? No, that's okay. You haven't missed your turn. I was literally just diving into the stuff with my lovely Smoradina here. Bixby, you're about to get turned off in a minute, so you need to chill out. Hi, Jen. Unfortunately, the list is closed. The free list is closed. The donation list is open. We're actually making our way through the list at the minute. But you can tune in next week, because we're going to be doing this a little bit more often, because people are coming in and missing opportunities. This is why I was saying, do you guys think I need to be doing these lives at least twice a week and then get like some sort of podcast in the mix of all of that as well, right? Because then at least we can try something, right? But yeah, so do you see happening between us something romantic between us? I do think that this is something that comes down. This is why I'm saying that you guys are being spared as far as being able to come down towards the end of the Mercury retrograde to figure that situation out. I think he's going to trigger you through cycles, I guess, to kind of like, again, reevaluate things and re-identify your own sort of like value system. And where you actually fall into alignment with that in terms of your actions, how you're actually asking for what you want, how you're deliberating, how you're negotiating, where you're preserving your energy as well, how you're actually choosing to be able to kind of like narrate the situation, right? All of these factors are going to come into play with the circumstances that you're navigating through the space. So let's see what happens sort of towards the end of the Mercury retrograde, right? Because realistically, that's where we know that during the Mercury retrograde, we'll see where you guys are. That sounds difficult. Sounds like a Mercury retrograde, to be honest. Sounds like a Mercury retrograde. Can't lie, girl. Okay, so what I want to get clarity on is ultimately, how do you see the situation playing out, right? Let's start there. How do you see the situation playing out? Thank you. Okay. Oh, interesting. Sorry, I'm going to clarify. Right. All right, show me then, loves. Please clarify for me. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Ariana. So, in terms of how the situation is going to play out, this is going to be a major arcana for yourself, and we discussed this, right? pre-prepping for classes in Mercury retrograde. We've got the Wheel of the Year, which is kind of the same as the wild card, basically. And we've got the Four of Wands, which is kind of talking about sort of like completing, essentially wrapping up a cycle. And in terms of romance situation and the fundamental areas of romance, there's an epiphany that sort of like comes from this situation. There's kind of like a knowingness that kind of like, I don't know, it's a eureka moment. That's the best way that I can put it. It's like a moment of self-clarity where things just really is put into perspective, where it's kind of I think actually, as you guys navigate through the process of the next couple of months, I don't know if you actually feel like this is for you when it comes down to it. And I'm going to tell you why. My clarifiers is also a major arcana. We've got the Empress here, we've got the Four of Cups, and we also have the Judgment in reverse, which means that this isn't necessarily a judgment call per se. And it's often when the spirit of discernment is off a little bit, right? So I think it's one of those situations for you where you're going to question whether or not the lack of effort is actually something that throughout the course of the next couple of months, I guess, you're going to go through the process of questioning whether or not you have the tolerance and capacity for the effort that you're actually being given, and how you're able to actually receive it, because it is going to be triggering, and it's designed to, I guess, looking at the dynamics of this is going to be like a very big transitional process for you. Just looking at, I guess, where everything sort of like ends up with the situation, there may be some delays that you guys are navigating through. So there may be some extension in terms of that 2 months timeline. And that may cause some frustration. So you may again go through sequences of questioning whether or not you want to even get to the end goal, basically, of actually coming into like see each other physically. That's going to be on questioning block as well a few times, actually, as you guys kind of like navigate throughout the process of the next couple of months. And there is going to be that Four of Cups energy. There is going to be some heavy, I don't want to call it just sulking, but some deep reevaluation, recontemplating how, you're actually sort of like creating things for yourself, and whether or not these things are actually aligning, right? The judgment is off. The judgment is off, which means, again, it's kind of speaking about refusal to kind of self-examine sometimes as well. So you have to be able to identify as these things trigger, you have to observe and understand what is it that is triggering, why is it triggering this, and why is this feeling so important in this moment, and why is this person brought in to allow for you to have this experience at the minute. So you have to navigate through the process of these things, and as you navigate through the process of these things, your eureka moment is ultimately where decisions are going to be made. Yeah, yeah, there may be some hasty decision along the process as well, because communication class is what's going to ultimately be on display, and all of our ish is going to be laid on Front Street, for lack of a better way of putting it. So yeah, closing out the space, advice for Smaradina. What do you guys advise? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Ultimately, it's not the right time. We've got quite a few cards in reverse. I even read my oracle cards in reverse because the energy is directly what it is, essentially. Within the next few months, there isn't necessarily going to be any action taken. There isn't going to be any relentless effort that's kind of ultimately put in, and you are going to be, calling upon your network in the next couple of weeks, or over the next couple of weeks. And they will be sort of pouring into you to understand that there's greater plays ahead for you yet, is how they're sort of ending that for me. Okay, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you, my love. Okay. Right. That was a lot in there, guys. Thank you for that. Because, yeah, I feel like that was quite informative. Right. So, I think we have Love Nikki next. Are you still in the room, Love Nikki, my love? Oh, thank you, Mina. We actually have Love Nikki on the donation list, but I don't know if she's actually here. I know she sort of popped out before. I don't know if she kind of popped out again. So let's give her a second to kind of maybe, if you are in the room, Love Nikki, maybe just say hey and let us know that you're typing. So thank you, Mina. That's okay though. It's all good. There we go. Okay. It's all good. It's all good, Mina. All good. Um, how does Manny feel about me after our first link? We're both Sagittarius. I've been wanting to see him, but it seems like he's avoiding me. Okay, so we'll start off again with, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry that your internet is off, but there was a lot of gems in there. And girl, listen, play this back because you're going to need it throughout the next couple of months because there were some insights into there. The next couple of weeks is probably going to be a determining factor with this class that you're sitting with Mr. Johnny Boy. That passes. That part. Okay, so Love Nikki wants to know, how does Manny feel about her after their first link? Oh, sorry. My bad, y'all. Sorry. Sorry, I'm like cleansing with the incense over here. How does Manny feel about Love Nikki after their first link? Where's his feelings at, guys? Thank you. Okay. Ooh. Right, let's put that into perspective for me. Oh, okay. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Do you come off a little bit high maintenance, or would people read you as high maintenance, my love? I have to ask that question because they're giving me some tea on the aspects taking place at the minute with the situation. At least you know yourself, girl. Okay, people say high maintenance, I say standards. Like I'm not. I used to be a lot more high maintenance than I am now because I was like full glam. I was like totally into that vibe. And maybe I'll get back to that girl. I'm just not that girl right now. Right. So I get it. Like sometimes we're in those modalities. And listen, I find when you look good, you feel good. So it's one of those things like sometimes I want to put an extra effort in because I'm going through some stuff that I don't want to be seen on my face and energy. So I get it. I get it. I get it. But I had to ask the question. And thank you for being honest, bro. I had to ask because I was like, why? But yeah. Clarify for me. Okay. 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 So, because you asked me, is that the one question? Because you said that you were going to do two questions. So I don't know if you're setting up for another question in the midst of this, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. He feels like you're too high maintenance for him. That's why I asked the question. That's why I asked the question, right? And the reason, yeah. And I think it intimidated him a bit. It's actually like triggered some insecurity for him. I think he feels like he can't upkeep with you, like in terms of like your financial upkeep. It's intimidating to him. And I think that he's letting an opportunity go because of his insecurity, and he's not necessarily too optimistic about the situation, because I think he feels like you wouldn't actually choose him. How do you feel about the situation after the fact? So let me ask you that, because this is an interesting little. Oh, sorry, she's typing, y'all. I have to give her like the room, the space, and time and capacity to be able to kind of like, because it's the whole back and forth experience, right? And YouTube should do kind of like what StreamYard does as far as like having the. Maybe I'll bring you guys into the back end, Chaylee and Mina. I'll like start sending you guys like the link for StreamYard, and you guys can be in the back end to do your moderating stuff, instead. And we can actually have people even like on the live, like so we can have dialogue, because it's a lot easier. They don't have to be on camera. I'm not telling anyone to come on cam, because I'm not trying to exploit anybody in that sense, but I'm sure it's probably like a lot, because for me, my dyslexia sometimes gets activated by my anxiety to actually type and make it make sense. So that's why I talk a lot. Everyone would know voice notes with myself. Yeah, I wish it was a way I could call in. Listen, that part. Listen, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Love, Nikki. All right, guys. I'm gonna get on assignment. Thank you. Oh, I'm getting a little pat on the back. They said that I'm doing a good job. That's what's up. Listen, good team. Go team. Okay. Right. Definitely gonna do that. Right. Um, so we're gonna sort of like make that a thing. But lovely Nikki said he's a popular tattoo artist, so I kind of thought he had it together, but he definitely does try to show off when I come around. Yeah. Okay. Mm. Okay, right. I've got another question for the guys on your behalf, because you didn't necessarily put a second question out, but in terms of unpacking this situation, um I have to ask, I guess, to sort of like put things into context. I need more. I need more, girl. Snap that part. Sorry. My little station back here is like falling apart, if you will. Okay, so oh, it's like he had an epiphany. It's like he had an epiphany that he just feels like, yeah, he just doesn't know if he would be able to maintain like your standard of life per se. Oh, and it gives him anxiety, actually. It gives him anxiety because he does okay. It's not that he doesn't do okay, but it's just, I think he would want to be able, he feels like your standards, this is what I said, he feels like your standards is of a certain level. So he does question whether or not he meets those standards. I just wanted a yes or no on if he wanted to see me again. We were intimate and I'm kind of insecure on if he liked it or not. What? Thank you, girl. See, this is why I was asking, is there like another layer to the questioning? Okay. How do you see this situation playing out? Let's get that context of things. How do you see things playing out? Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting, because we've got the Nine of Pentacles both ways, upright and in reverse, even in the dialogue of this situation. So I think that there's going to be some disappointments with the situation. I think that he's not necessarily going to invest much time in terms of putting an effort forward, and it is going to continue to sort of trigger cycles of insecurity for you. I think he is going to be manipulative about the way that he's able to romanticize through his verbiage. But as far as his actions being able to meet those credentials, that's going to fall flat. So you can expect forecast of some Five of Cups energy, which generally tends to be disappointments and accepting disappointments and having to actually sort of, take some time to grieve what you've lost, but also look at the fact that there's still two cups. Okay. He might be one of the three cups that you release some bondages. I don't think that the situation is going to sort of end well. I don't think even his feelings are optimistic about the situation as well. I do think that both of you guys are actually triggering insecurity for each other, which is the thing that's actually causing this this divide or this illusion of distance and separation. Is actually something that you guys are both triggering a cycle of distance and separation from these feelings and cycles of insecurity. So I think, are you guys in communication now at the minute? What's the situation? Where are you guys with everything since everything? And how recent was the event as well? Just so that I can understand how things are setting you up for romance class as well, because we are in Libra full moon at the minute as well. So I need to understand when these series of events happened, because we're in releasing class as far as romance. So God's loosening some things that our ego might have grips on. Best way I can put it. Yeah, I texted him, then he takes a while to text back. Yeah. Those are some of the natural sort of like aspects of the situation. This happened about 3 days ago. Okay, we're on Saturday today, so Friday. Ooh, Libra full moon. Interesting. Okay. I texted him that I wanted to see him last night and he never texted back. Expect a few of those forecasts coming in, my love. Expect a few of those forecasts coming in. As far as like just disappointments, as far as, just offers and opportunities that are being presented that are being dismissed, if you will, or not, those opportunities aren't being taken advantage of. That's how they're sort of like putting it across to me. I don't think that he's going to be able to kind of like step up to the mark and execute in terms of action meeting words. And this is something that I just have to make clear to you. I think that he is going to potentially sort of like string you along throughout the process. I'm not going to lie, because I do have the King of Cups in reverse, Pisces energy, in reverse, and it tends to be a little bit manipulative when it's in reverse, because when the king isn't grounded, when his emotions aren't in a sound place, he's navigating through his own insecurity and feeling like he can't upkeep with your level of reality, like your standard of life. So he's now, that's not his kingship on his head, and this is in reverse. So he's going to kind of like abuse this illusion of playing into the dynamic of the possibility of lovers, right? And him being able to kind of like do that is the thing that's going to bring these feelings of disappointments along the way, possibilities that aren't necessarily being taken advantage of. Like I said, oh, I forgot to say I was at his house and I saw a woman's clothing item. Then he tried to distract me to hide it. Girl, spare yourself. Spare yourself. Let's go to the cards. Let me not even like give you any, sister to sister, but let's see what the cards say, because that's what we're here for, right? What do you guys advise on this situation? Let me do that part. Okay. Right. Let's see. Okay, so oh, they were pretty quick. They were pretty quick. Oh God, not me. Okay, not me. The cards say don't remain positive. Okay, it's in reverse. This isn't something where you need to remain positive on this situation. There's no need to worry about the situation. It is okay to reconsider the factors of this situation. Now is not the right time. Okay, now is not the right time. It sounds like that he's already in a whole relationship by the sounds of things. Okay, like he doesn't have the capacity for you. I'm sorry. I don't even mean to, I laugh in awkward situations. I hope I'm in the right place with like my people, and I hope you're not like taking my laugh personally, because I laugh at my own like reality a lot of the times when I can't find the tears. Okay. But they said no need to remain positive on this situation. No need to worry. It is okay to make some reconsiderations on the situation. Now is not the right time. In the next couple of weeks isn't even the right time to be navigating through this situation and utilize the network of people that you do have. It does mean that this isn't going to be your big happy forever moment situation. But you know, this right here, when you listen to your intuition, you have to be cognizant of what part of your intuition is speaking, because the intuition is a dynamic of listening to all of the different channels, all of the organs, all of homegirl talks too. Okay, just like how men have their little head that they think with, women have their little head that they think with as well. It's called the spirit of lust. Okay, and that also navigates through our intuitive system as well. So we have to understand when we're being guided by different forces and what is actually leading us, right? And now taking everything into consideration, are we going to apply logic in the process moving forward as well, not just the emotive pull, like not just the emotion and the chemistry, right? There's no need to look for any signs coming in on this situation. There's no perfect timing on this. You are ready to actually make a decision that this isn't necessarily something that you're willing to wait for within the next few weeks. And you need to be willing and prepared to communicate this clearly. Okay, so that shall be your class for this Libra full moon, going into this Mercury retrograde that we've got coming, because yeah, at least your communication class, you shall need to communicate that very clearly. Maybe ask him about the clothing item again and see what sort of response you get this time, now that you're not actually maybe in his face, and see if he'd be willing to come forward and maybe even verbalize some sort of excuse. And then you can utilize your spirit of discernment to deter where you want to, you know, move from there. And then that way you give yourself the out. And also it gives him the knowing that you know that he know that this was not where he needed to be. That part. Okay. But take in what I've just said as well about the spirit of lust, because they said that your intuitive system in dialogue was off. So because he's a bit of a charmer and you like a certain type, it was the attraction to the type and the image that drew you in. And you need to be cognizant of that aspect if you're going to be looking for the type of long-term romance that you want, because they said that your big happy change isn't coming in this particular situation because it wasn't designed. That's not where you actually manifested this place from. Okay. This was more based on the surface reality of things, and the surface of it wasn't what it appeared to be deeper within the construct of it. Ask him about that item, girl. Okay. That part. I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Okay. Right. Where are we? Oh, hey, Pearl. I haven't even actually been able to stop in because I was like deep into that channel. I didn't even want to like lose anything in there, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chaley. Delegating in the yeah, but I think let me go and check as well. I hope that that was useful for you though. Lovely Nikki. Love Nikki. Sorry, my bad. Lovely Nikki. Same good stuff. Different context, I guess. Yeah. Jamie said we haven't even done Mina, dude. That's true. That's true. Pearl did donate, and those are the logics. Those are the politics of the game, unfortunately. So, oh, okay, Pearl, shoot it at me, and we're gonna get back into the groove with the free list and kick it off. So yeah, we haven't actually even done Mina. That's interesting. I have a new mini crush. We had a breakfast date yesterday. I think it's just a friends thing. But how is he feeling? Okay, his name is Yaya. Did I say that right? Let me know. Okay. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are like keeping me together. I haven't, you know. Oh, interesting. There's competition. I'm going to tell you that much, Pearl. Because straight off the cuff, I can see that there's an element of, options basically in this dynamic and situation. Okay, I'll start with the tarot and then we'll. Okay, thank you. Sorry, just clarifying how we're going to deliver the information and insights process. Okay. He's a pharmacist from Egypt. We've been friendly for about a year. Yes, you said it right. Perfect. He is good looking. Okay. Right. So we want to know about Yaya and Pearl's connection, guys. Right? Let me go back to the original question so that I have that there in my forefront of my mind. Okay. They had breakfast date yesterday. Oh, I had a lunch date today with my mister. That this season's really ascension points. And it's nice to hear that you're kind of moving forward as well, Pearl. BTW. Very courageous. Love that. I think it's just a friends thing, but how is he feeling? So, how is Yaya feeling towards our girl Pearl? How's Yaya feeling towards her? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Put it into context for me, guys. This is interesting. Okay. Oh, thank you. Interesting. Okay. So, sorry, let me scroll down and see. Oh, I'm going to get lost in there. Sorry, I'm going to come back to that. Sorry. That's going to start to trigger my scattered process. So, Paul, this is how they're sort of like giving me the situation. There's a lot of blocked energy. There's some suppressed emotions in the space that's causing a little bit of confusion. I think that there's a lot of setbacks to the possibility of something happening romantically. And I think that that's why he's not necessarily making an effort in that construct. I don't know if he knows whether or not he's attracted to you. Have you ever girl said Scott here. Love that. Not in that sense, but you get what I mean in terms of like just your courage to be able to move forward. That part, right? Because love happens and love gets lost in the process, and new love is found in the process too. Um, okay, so blocked emotions, going back into the dynamic, blocked emotions causing a little bit of chaos and confusion and not being able to sort of like get full clarity on where they actually sort of stand with you. Have you been flirtatious? Because I don't think that they even know. This is what I was saying as well. Um, yeah, well, I don't know if you guys have actually, I don't think you guys have like ventured into that space to even know what it's like. I think you guys have both kind of like kept in the friend zone. So I think there's a confusion as to, am I attracted to her? Should I be attracted to her? Because I feel like there's chemistry, but I'm not sure what type of chemistry it actually is. Um, so I think that those are some of the factors to the situation. And I think that those are some of the reasons why, I guess, it's not necessarily, romanticized as far as the romantic aspects of your friendship. I think both of you guys aren't really, you guys haven't gone there. You guys haven't basically like crossed over the friendship zone. So I don't think you guys really know whether or not you guys fancy each other, as we say, the Brits and that. So yeah, you guys haven't ventured there to know what it's actually like. What do you guys actually advise Paul to do with the situation with Yaya then? Okay, thank you. Okay. Unlikely, yeah. It's an unlikely sort of situation. So it's not necessarily the perfect timing as far as this situation, but you already maybe to not wait around in the next few weeks with this situation and communicate. In terms of where you are with the situation, I think that you guys are clear that it's more of a friend vibe on both ends, to be fair. And it's okay. It's not anything that you need to sort of like worry about. You don't have to compromise anything in this situation, and it's not really anything that you, how can I put it, you don't have to question the no. Basically, that no is going to lead you to greater success long term. This like short term no, there isn't really a peaceful resolution to the situation. I think it's just one of those things where you guys are actually probably better off as friends, and I think if you guys were to kind of like cross over into that dynamic, there are qualities that you guys both have that may not actually sort of gel well together, actually. For the most part, it would be interesting to see you guys' charts together to see what you guys look like on the cosmic plane, but it's up to you to kind of, forgive any sort of feelings that maybe this could potentially sort of like be something other than what it is, and just kind of like move forward. What I'm seeing with the situation is this is more a situation where you're actually learning, where you can find the lovable things about yourself, because I think that they are complementary. Like yeah, they he says stuff, nice things that kind of stroke the ego a little bit, and I think that you need that atmosphere as well to kind of pour into you, and I think that God has him there as a vice and a vessel to be able to do exactly that, and kind of like blurring the lines with a romanticized dynamic to the situation may just skew that in essence a little bit as well, in terms of, like I said, the cosmic bodies. There may be certain aspects of your personality that might not mix too well, chemically speaking, I guess. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Sorry, but good job on the being open. Snaps for that. We love that. Okay. Right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for stopping into the room. and putting it out there. You never know what you don't know, right? And if anything, this was just confirmation of how you already felt. I think you kind of like clarified that you guys were both probably on that same frequency, but this was just confirmation to say, yeah, keep it in the friend zone. Yeah. Okay, so let's get on to the free list. Right, guys, we will get back to that space. Let's see. I'm going to have a quick look and see what was going on in the chat for a little bit. Have you ever had thoughts about baby names where you just looked up baby names? Yeah, that happened in my early 20s, and then they already solidified, I guess, their names and who they are. My son's kind of I call him Junior because that's what he's let me know. He's a junior, and he's really proud to be a junior. So, yeah, had that. So around about sort of like my early 20s, I started to get incoming communication from the spirit babies. Why, your spirit baby's talking to you, girl? They're trying to let you know what they're thinking about, sort of coming in as figuring out how to dress it up. I want a breakfast date. You don't know these restaurants, but IHOP and Denny's. They are common in America. I've heard of both of those, funny enough. Or a fancy breakfast restaurant. Yes. Okay. Kayla said, I got to run to the store right now, but if I don't make it back in time, this is my question. A feelings/thoughts towards me. Okay, so we'll get back to Kayla's question. Thank you, beautiful. And now we are all the way down to get down to the nitty gritty of the list, y'all. She says as her incense burn out right the way to the end. Hang back as well, guys. If you've got stuff to do, I guess, Chaley, got to chop it up with you. I should probably hit you up on IG actually, and we kind of start getting dialogue moving there, because now ideas are kind of like flowing through as well. How's my health? Interesting question. My health is actually good for the most part. I can't really complain about anything. The only thing that I would probably complain about is actually having what can I complain about? I can't complain about anything. God is good. Praise Jesus, hallelujah. Listen, God is good. I'm trying to find things, but my human's like, no, I'm good. Like, God's got me. God's been had me. Like, so I'm actually good. Thank you for asking, Mina, because I was like going to make something up. It feels like it was a making something up or finding something to pick up, because for the most part, I'm actually okay, because I feel like I've been in a place where my emotional health wasn't necessarily actually like in a good place maybe a couple of weeks ago. Not this week gone, but last week it was like your girl was tested. I told you, like it was like demon hunting 101. Like I was like, whoa, where did you come from? Whoa, you're still here. You know, that type of stuff. So for now, that ascension is like I jumped that hurdle, and now I'm kind of like at the ascension point, and I'm just so elated to be here. Love hanging out with my peoples, you know, that part. Okay, so Mina wants to know, guys, we're going to start with the feelings. What are the current feelings of Mohammed Omer towards her? Thank you so much, love, for your precious time and energy. That's okay, Mina. Okay. Making the effort. Interesting. Okay, what are his current feelings towards Mina? Interesting. Sorry, I'm like snorting as well. Sorry, it tickled me. That's been a thing at the minute as well. I'm like laughing at a lot of stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm activating some laughing therapy at the minute. Maybe due to my recent depressive state, I'm like on a certain frequency that's just like activating laughter as a way to self-soothe. Um, I'm a week behind you, girl. Did you experience it this week? Was it the Libra full moon? Did they come out like? Because they had me last week. One had me in a chokehold. My nephews, listen, my nephews, my little nephew, 2-year-old nephew, his little demon had me in a chokehold where he basically like chucked my necklace. If you guys notice, I usually have like my black obsidian on, and I also have like a little ruby. Um, Literally that my dad gave me like years ago, like since I was a little girl. Basically, it's one of the only things that I've got left, I guess, in terms of like physical possessions and stuff. And he chucked it in the bin. But there was a spirit, I guess, that was moving through him that was like really irritated about the fact that I basically put him on thinking time to think about what he did to Auntie. And it came back for me, and it chucked it in the bin, and then I forgot to go and look for it when I got back, and I've since emptied the bin. And it wasn't until I was actually looking for my necklace earlier this week that my dad said to me in spirit, "You've lost it." And then I had to cry. I had to cry that one out, and my dad sat with me in spirit and told me about how he's left his legacy and how it's not about the possessions. But we are going to be sitting that class during the Mercury retrograde in Taurus coming up as well. We are going to be looking at possessions, and it was a time to release and shed. And my whole identity has kind of shifted like since 2023 has happened. I'll tell you guys, like, when I get to writing the book, okay, because my book is actually, my life is an archetype for the book in essence, which breaks down pulling back and calling back the fragments of a soul and how to become whole again and all that aspect of stuff. But we move, right? We move. I'm so sorry to hear that you're like navigating through the pits of the hellfire at the minute, Chaley. My heart goes out to you. I'll definitely put you on the prayer list for tomorrow, my love. I lost a locket I got after Skylar passed away, and I did find it a year or so later. Well, I'm hoping by some means of a miracle. But it was actually taken out with the bin, and I lost it. Like basically, so how my senses work when I actually was like looking for it, if it was within a peripheral of my subconscious, I could utilize Archangel Shamuel to kind of identify where the file of that is within my peripheral vision. But because like when I did that, Archangel Shamuel tuned out, and then my dad obviously let me know because I was like searching for it even outside of the home, and it was so far. It was so far that my senses couldn't pick it up. So I know that I've lost it. But I'm in a season of shedding, so yeah. No, not under the sink. He chucked it like literally in the bin. It was like food and stuff in there. So I was supposed to, because I didn't want to pour it all out whilst they were here. I was supposed to come back, and because I was taking them home that day anyways. And I was supposed to pour it all out and go through it and find it, but I didn't. Again, missed assignment. So technically that one's on me because I aggravated his demon by putting him on thinking time, and it got me when I didn't expect it. So game of life. It is what it is, right? Anywho, so I had to purge that, but I'm really, really sorry to hear that you're navigating through some stuff at the minute, beautiful. I know what it's like. Whew. I'm definitely going to put some prayers out there for you. Mina, your situation, my love. So, a few factors to the situation. He is funny. He's funny. Children are a factor in terms of his feelings towards you on the situation. So this is his thought process in terms of his feelings. So he's thinking about the children aspect of the situation, right? And he's also sort of thinking about you being able to, he wants to basically like release your ex. So he wants to replace a dynamic to do with the children and their paternal relationship, and he wants to release any past relationships that may intercept this situation. Are they asking to sort of like see you or make any sort of connection in that capacity to be able to kind of like meet up physically? What's the situation there? Answer me that question, Mina. Sorry, we did come back to you. Yeah. Good. This one is not healthy. Not healthy. Not healthy. And I tell you what, thank you. He literally wants to push your ex out of the picture. He's like, one, where? I had to get into fatwa. I'm telling you, he was literally like, nah, go. Like, and he was very, very clingy, like no separation, very codependent energy. But I guess his feelings are still the same, girl. He still feels the same. That part, okay? Right. Let's see what his thought process is on all of the abundance that is Mina. Right? Let's see. He's still in a Nine of Cups energy. He's still in a wishful thinking mode. Wow. Mina, your energy is hypnotizing. Beautiful. Seriously. I was just going to ask you, where's your Scorpio? Where's your Scorpio? Where's your Lilith in your chart, basically? I was literally going to ask you, because I find when I'm getting that kind of energy a lot from men, I have to curb my Lilith energy because my Lilith is in Scorpio, so it tends to be like really intense. So I have to like curb that energy, and I'm like, no. I literally was like befriending a guy in Jamaica only to come back and get told that he's having conversations with people that he's hoping to impregnate me. I'm like, hello? I'm like still negotiating my terms with God. How assumptuous. I was like, no, don't be so assumptive that I'm even in that place in my life, to be fair. Don't know about my Lilith, girl. Find out so you can figure out how to like curb however the energy navigates or manifests itself, because that's your sense, I guess, sense of sensuality. It also sort of like impacts how the spirit of lust dances with us and engages with our life. That's the best way that I can put it, boy. My Lilith is in Pisces conjunct my Venus opposing my moon and rising. Oh my God, Shaylee. Oh my God. Oh, Lilith in Scorpio. In a badass placement. You are definitely not, girl. I'm telling you, listen, my demon can go there as well. I tell people all the time, please do not take me there. I like this version of Shakima. Okay. Kay is a nice person. Kay is like my middle name. My middle name's Donna Kay. And Kay is a nice person who like negotiates between Shakima and, like all of that stuff. She refines the Jamaican that is Shakima. Okay. That part. Oh, and squaring my nodes and Uranus. Oh my God. Oh, Shaylee, stop. Every time you do that, it like literally, I feel like I'm on a flight and my belly just like slips and drops a bit. I'm like, oh my God. That is intense. That is hella intense. But, Mina, oh my God, look, it's still at the bottom of the deck. Okay. Yeah. What are his thoughts towards Mina? Thank you. Oh my God. Oh, dude. That feels like a horrible roller coaster ride, Cheney. Literally. That feels like a horrible roller coaster ride. Oh my God. Oh, beautiful. I'm sending you some like really, really positive, good vibes and some good energy, girl. You are doing it. Snaps for you. Um, okay. I laughed, Mina, because um I can imagine. Honestly, I can imagine. I'm laughing because this guy is relentless. He's relentless. He's still in like wishful thinking mode. So I'll paint the scene for you, if you will, my love. So his thought process on the situation that he is not communicating and he is frustrated due to the hold off in that communication and the delays, because that's how he feels. These are delays in communication for him to basically be able to let you know that he feels like it is his karmic right to be able to make his gestures known to you slowly. Slowly, if that's what it takes, if that's as long as it takes for you to warm up, he's willing to go at your pace, Mina. If you need some more time to think about things, like this is how like he's like deliberating in his mind. Yeah, but if she needs some more time to think about things, like I'd be I'd be willing to like, give her all the time she needs to think about things, but the ex has got to go. The ex has got to go, like that sort of thing. He wants to like interject himself into kind of, oh my god, he is an idiot. I'm not gonna lie, beautiful. It's really funny being in his mind space. Um, Very chaotic there. It's very chaotic in there as well, being in his mind space. I'll say that much as well. And he's actually also thinking now as well. He's also aware, let me say this, he's also aware that the hold off is a karmic decision for his selfish tendency of the illusions that he kind of told himself about the situation as well. So he does realize that the feeling isn't necessarily reciprocated, but my, how he wishes it was. How he wishes it was beautiful. Oh my God, how he wishes it was. Okay. Let's close out the space. What's the advice for homegirl Mina? Okay. Oh, look. This is what they said. This is not a yes, okay? This is not a yes. Not within the next few months. Um, there's no need to meditate on the situation. Not even a year from now, you need to even ask about this situation. It's nothing romantically. You don't need to stop anything that you're doing in the next few weeks. There was no peaceful resolution. It was definitely up to you to walk away from the situation. So forgive yourself for however you feel about having to block this person, but you needed the room, space, time, and capacity to be able to recover, because that was not where you saw your abundance, and there's other opportunities ahead for you by not taking that action, and kind of like releasing moments of his big happy changes, and not necessarily listening to anything that was throwing you off, because you could sense that there was something off with the intuition. The chemistry wasn't flowing in the space, if you will. So yeah, but they concur, girl. They concur. But he is funny. He was funny tonight. He was our gesture of the night tonight, guys. He was hilarious. Okay. Oh, that is so funny. I'm sorry. Can one person be that hopeful? Muhammad can. Who are you gonna call? Sorry. I can't take myself seriously. I'm happiest to block this nonsense. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was funny. It was funny. It was actually like really hilarious. It was really hilarious to actually sort of see the space play out. Um, oh, this can never a yes ever. Yeah, that part, right? Okay. Who do we have on the list next? Ash, are you in the room, beautiful? I don't know. Oh, Ash is in the room. She let it be known. Okay, she wasn't waiting around. Mm. Right. Oh, we're still navigating through Mr. Leo's sort of space at the minute as well. Is he open to talking to you now? Like, obviously, I think you we spoke about the tarot situation and him feeling like, whoa, I need to watch what I say and do in this space. That's funny. So we're gonna start with Sean's true feelings. He blocked me again on WhatsApp, but this time he made it look like I wasn't blocked. Well, the first reason why I asked about that situation, right, was because I think it may have been a couple of days ago. So sometimes, like when I tune into a certain channel, and if we have like a connection, and like with the tribe, you'll hear like every week. You know what I mean? So our channel continues to flow with information. So I was sort of like, I was like getting downloads from the guides about like the fact that like that spooked him basically. Like I think they were probably telling me more than likely even probably the moment where the blocking and unblocking situation was probably going down, because they were saying you know, he's still pretty spooked, but he's intrigued at the same time, but he's kind of like, huh. He doesn't really know how to be with the situation. You know, he doesn't know if he should let you in, because technically if he lets you in then you get the opportunity to know more, but then he feels like even if he don't let you in, you know anyway. So he's like, he was at an impasse. He was at an impasse. Oh, beautiful. That is too funny. Interesting. Okay. Let's start with Sean's true feelings. What are his true feelings towards the homegirl Ash? Oh, let's see firstly. Oh, interesting. Still that dynamic and construct. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Undertone. Okay. Interesting. Hi, Ass. How are you doing, my love? Yes, Ash, and that's exactly what's creeping homeboy out. He's like, oh snap, I don't know what to do. Even if I don't do, she knows. If I do, she knows. What do I do? It's actually pretty funny. Oh, the list is closed, my love. The free list is closed, unfortunately. You can tune in next week. We're actually going to be rejigging the schedule. We might have these a couple times a week moving forward, because I'm loving catching up with my peeps. I've just been lazy, so maybe you might see me twice next week, and you might be able to catch in on one of the rooms to be added to the free list. The donation list is open, however, as well. So, Ash, let me dissect this, right? Because you got a whole story going with the situation, right? We've got what, two, three, we've got 11 cards here, and we've also got another 3 cards over here. So, yeah, let me dissect it and digest it. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Oh, snap. Sorry. I don't know. I'm finding things so tickling tonight. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. 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 Interesting. Okay. So, sorry, I'm reading Ash's I'm reading Ash's comment in the chat. Ash said, and I did tell him I'm very impressed with his new way of blocking me. I told him he can leave me blocked. Girl, I love that. Honestly, I love that because you give him some positive feedback in the process. You know, always down for some positive feedback because we never want to you know irritate or aggravate an ego just for the sake of aggravating an ego. I mean, if said ego irritates and aggravates us, I mean, all bets are off. It's just the way it works, unfortunately. Then we have to decide how much we want to go through our emotional management toolkit, right? And if you catch us on a good day, then good for you. If it's a not so good day, whoa. Oh, sorry. Okay. Ariona's doing the dishes now. Okay, beautiful, all good. And hey, Eve. Um, the free list is closed. The donation list is open. That's where we're at the minute, unfortunately. But tune in next week if anything. There might be a couple of lives next week. We'll see. Let's see how quick I can optimize during this Libra full moon. Releasing old self in my business partnership with myself. That lazy personality, she has to die. Okay, we're gonna do a whole burial for her. I told him I can intuitively pick up on the exact time he is going to block me. Okay, beautiful. So it's not like you can hide it from me. And that's exactly why he feels the need to block you, beautiful. So I guess it's a whole cycle. It's a whole cycle. Nobody wants to be having their skirt lifted constantly. For a guy, it would be their kilt, right? We'll put it like that. Nobody wants to have their skirts lifted constantly, right? Sometimes my guys put my ish out there, and I'm like, guys, you didn't need to go and lay my shit bare like that. I was actually going to be working on that. Okay, let me pick up my baggage and take it home, right? But no, let me break down to you what he's sort of going through in terms of the feeling department, and then we'll kind of unpack some stuff as well. But you said I also told him I recognize that he does get triggered fast, and he has some attachment issues and low self-esteem issues he needs to work on. Basically, I told him my mind, not your mind, girl. That's exactly why he's scared. Not because obviously there's necessarily a problem with you speaking your mind. It's just because the symmetry in accuracy is so formatively direct. He's like, whoa, she does, that's true here, that's true there. So those are the things that freaks him out a little bit in the space. And then it's also like, okay, if I do get triggered, what do I do about that? He doesn't then know what to do, right? So it's one of those types of situations. But let's go to the cards. In terms of his feelings, because that's where we started off with the situation. He feels like the fact that there isn't, hasn't, and potentially can't necessarily be a full-on reunion is something that can sometimes be a little bit depressive. It feels like there's a lack of success there, and that can be a little bit challenging sometimes as well. But he's also feeling like he's persevering beyond the fact that things didn't necessarily work out. And, you guys actually went through a little bit of a growing process. in terms of learning for him. He didn't actually take the lessons whilst he was in the space to be able to take Heath because he lacked focus and ambition then, and that's what cost him the potential dynamic to be able to have this Ten of Cups experience of the happy family and being able to kind of like experience this harmonious alignment into the things that he says that he actually wants for himself someday. He's just not there yet. And it's because of his immaturity, which is why he actually lost and fumbled that situation because he wasn't able to learn during the process of you guys sitting it in the past dynamic. And he's kind of like realizing that the death of that potential high priest that he could have become being in the space where he could have potentially, unlocked the codes to that reality, the codes to being able to be in a harmonious situation and being able, he feels like potentially you had the tools to be able to actually sort of like maybe work through some of the issues that he had. And I think he had like a eureka moment in himself as well, that King of Swords energy, where he's come to this point of clear thinking where it's almost like the truth hits him that you were giving him the truth all along and you were actually presenting the truth that he had the potential to be able to do certain things if he would actually do certain things as opposed to speaking about what he potentially feels that he wants to be able to achieve and kind of like delaying himself and holding himself off and holding himself back because his process and his focus was more from a 10 of wands energy, which is, he's still got such a long road ahead and he didn't necessarily want to have to be a burden with the situation and all of the responsibilities that comes along with it. He wasn't sure whether or not he was actually going to be able to achieve the level of security that I guess, you kind of not necessarily just saw the potential that he could possess, but also he felt like you could have drawn that potential forth within him and assist him in activating. But I think he shies away from that. And now he knows ultimately that he's fumbled that situation. It is something to some degree. The lack of closure is something that sometimes feels like a missed opportunity that is very depressing. So this is the undertone. So remember when I said to you, oh, there's an undertone to this. The undertone, we've got a major arcana. We've got the Wheel of the Year in reverse, the Four of Cups, and the Nine of Swords in reverse as well, right? They're all in reverse. So this is all this introspective energy, the feeling of a lack of closure with the situation and feeling like he fumbled this opportunity, which can be like severely, severely depressing. And there's some element of hopelessness, and I guess he torments himself, his own self, with the situation by doing the whole block and kind of unblocking thing. That's his process of toying with himself through the process of this torment, right? And the whole purpose of why he actually sort of like did things the way that he did do things was because he was avoiding conflict, right? That Five of Wands energy where he's kind of like trying to focus on the goal, and the goal is to basically have as many casual relationships at this point as he can whilst he feels like he needs to get it out of his system, essentially. And that's what he was doing. So he kind of went back into that formatting and setting, and ultimately he has to accept that wrong timing situation, right person, who knows, but definitely wrong timing, right? Then the other aspects of the questioning, bear with me, beautiful, my throat as well. Sorry. Igara's gonna moisturize. Okay. Oh, that feels so good. Sorry, guys. I'm like really, really enjoying that. That was like lip therapy for a minute. Okay. So back to the original question. True feelings. Now we're going to unpack his intentions, right? Oh, again, we've got King of Swords energy. Truth, girl. Truth hit him. Truth went like this. If I could actually like flick these cards in my face, because I'm not about to do the cleanup on that, just imagine, okay? This is like going bang, 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 bang. That's how truth hit him, okay? Because it's definitely a lot of King of Swords energy in the space, okay? Coming from a Nine of Pentacles, okay? Coming from a Nine of Pentacles feminine. Feminine energy. King of Swords. I ain't lying. What are his actual intentions towards Ash after their since their last conversation? What are his intentions towards? Okay, thank you. Charge. Okay. Oh. Oh, bless him. He's hasty to basically go into isolation when it comes to the dynamic. That's his intention when it comes to the situation with you. So we've got the Knight of Swords here. So he's at that place where he somewhat wants to be able to be communicative, but he's not able to get his opinions and thought processes all the way together because he's a little bit hasty, right? And he's too quick in terms of making the decision. So he's just being moved basically by each different thought. He'll have a thought this minute. Obviously, this is where you're seeing the blocking situation, the opening situation, but it's actually being triggered by this need for loneliness as well. This need to be able to kind of like pull himself back because there's a little bit of a loss, I guess, that has to be taken into consideration with the situation. You know, things didn't necessarily work out, I guess, and it's a case of kind of figuring out what the next steps look like from here. You know, being sort of overwhelmed and a little bit emotional in the process, a little bit beaten down as well, to be fair, just a little bit beaten down because I think the way that you kind of like just gave it raw to him. Um, Obviously, once you unmask someone, they can pretend, but now the universe is obviously going to start to like, there's going to be impact to be able to nurture that seed of realization, right? And the awakening would start once you start to basically like truth at someone. Those seeds, regardless of how long it takes for those seeds to nurture, because sometimes people can be resistant to the nurturing process, but the universe forces. That's what karma essentially sort of like interjects, and karma's like, no, 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 no. This seed right here has technically been doing this for how long? It's turn. That's the whole point of the retrogrades as well, right? Because sometimes we can be a little bit off focus and we want to move onto things when we haven't moved away from certain things in order to move forward with other things, right? But yeah, his intentions are to basically like um, get on his Knight of Swords energy, which is just to sort of act before he thinks and overthink and pretty much just kind of like communicate but not really communicate, because technically he's actually sort of like activating from this place. He's activating from his sense of loneliness. He's activating from his place of loss. So yeah, that's where the situation is, I guess, my love. What is the advice for our girl, guys? What do you guys advise? Firstly, they said no need to ask the angels on this one. Okay. Yes, no need to ask the angels. So what do you guys advise, Ash? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. You're crossing this path with your intuition where you're I guess optimizing your trust within your intuition at the minute as well. And this little class that you sat with Mr. Sean was like a great opportunity to be able to further activate moving past those feelings of doubt and being able to lean into trusting said intuition, right? And from this class in dynamic, it's definitely going to sort of be a catalyst for changes to come where you can take action, where if you don't see it as a window of opportunity, you're not going to leave the door ajar or like slightly open for anyone to come in, when it's not necessarily meeting your expectation as well. And this was a great opportunity for you to be able to kind of like close some of those cycles out and make that official sort of like, you know, confirmation to the universe that that's where you are. And the mirror law will be able to reflect that decision back to you in time. In time. There's no need to worry. So it's one of those situations where you don't need to wait on this situation to turn around or anything like that. It's not necessarily up to you or perfect timing. This situation is more so other factors where success looks better with you guys not necessarily being together. And that's where your success is going to meet his success. He wants casual. That's not necessarily where you're at per se, and you guys can both be successful in terms of what it is that you guys want, because it looks differently. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you then, my love, that part. Okay. Yes, he actually admitted I was right. True. Mo Mohaha. Okay. Hi, Mohaha. That's an interesting name. Did I say it right? Ah, dude, that's funny. The list is closed for tonight. Yeah, donations are open. We'll come back next week. That's my girl, because I didn't even see that. Yes, I told him everything. Thank you, beautiful. Sammy wants a general. How was the birthday last week, beautiful? How was that? When I left, I told him I hope he enjoys his block party. That part. Okay, that was a good ending. But yeah, how was the birthday last week, beautiful Sam? Okay, let's do a general reading for Sam. Sorry, I was like a little bit lost in translation there for a second. I felt like I literally just got into a time bubble. Like in a matter of nanoseconds, like I was there in a time bubble for a second. Okay, so interesting. That's what's up. We love that. We love that. Good stuff. Oh, You're off balance at the minute, my love. I know you feel scattered in your energy, like you're pulled from pillar to post, as they say here. Like your energy is like, being pulled in so many different places. Okay. Okay, general read. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Hey, the official ambassador of the mulatto race. Damn, that's a whole tongueful. How you doing? That is quite the job. That is quite the job. Um, Sorry. Please clarify for me, guys. Have you had a recent reunion with someone who's come into the space in the last couple of weeks, Sam? I have to ask the question so that I can understand the dynamics of what they're putting across to me, firstly. Interesting. Clarify for me. Have you had a reunion with someone, a special someone, I guess, I'm hearing? Has there been anybody coming in the last couple of weeks that is like an old face, new time? Clarify, guys. Thank you. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Sammy. Question to you, Sam. Do we have a blast from the past sort of re-entering within the last couple of weeks? Oh, this might just be a setup for the Mercury retrograde, actually. Interesting. Sorry, I'm waiting for Sam to kind of like let me know. I don't know if she's lagging behind or what the internet connection's looking like, but that's a direct yes or no response there, Sammy. So let me know if you have had somebody that sort of like come back into the space in the last couple of weeks. Because the reason that I asked that question, okay. Hey Mawa, how are you doing, my love? Okay. So what I will say is that during the cycles of this Mercury retrograde, there may be a reunion that's going to be unfolding for you. And that's why I had to ask initially kind of where you are in terms of this transit, because one of the things that they're showing me with it at the minute is that there's a sense of hopelessness about it, right? There's a sense of hopelessness about it. I don't think that I was about to say, my ex seems he wants to get back. And how do you feel about that, beautiful? Because they were saying to me a feeling of hopelessness about the situation, and they're speaking about a reunion. Is this the father of your child? Can I ask? Okay, thank you. I don't know. Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? The official ambassador of the mulatto race. Um, do we need to be concerned, or are we like, uh, oh no? Um, is it the father of your daughter? Firstly, the reason why I asked basically because the two cards that we have for you, um, that's what's up. Okay, snaps for us. Okay. Um, right. So the two cards that I've got for you, beautiful Sam. I've got the Six of Cups and the Ten of Cups. So this is a lot of emotions basically in this space. This is what I'm getting with the situation. Obviously, because you asked for a general read, At the bottom of the deck, we also have the moon in reverse. So I'm feeling that there's a sense of hopelessness basically about this reunion and whether or not it would actually align to a happy family dynamic, or whether or not it's something that is actually going to be fundamentally, yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, this is the thing. There's a lot of fumbling at the minute because I feel like divine feminines are getting to this place where some of us, not all, but some of us are so content with actually like being on our own and having that sense of independence, right? And the thought of maybe codependency or interdependency doesn't seem as appealing as it probably once did. And I think that there's a bit of a transitional process that's taking place at the minute. But I do want to say this. I do want to say this because obviously at the minute when I clarified the Six of Cups and Ten of Cups, I did get the Hierophant to clarify the space. So obviously he's coming in to kind of like make this gesture of being able to kind of like have this traditional sort of dynamic, this traditional, experience, or at least he's making those types of offers, but you feel hopeless about it, beautiful. So, okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Um, hmm. How do you guys advise that Sam plays this one out? Oh, sorry, my bad. My bad. Sorry. I didn't mean to jump the gun. Sorry. There's a process to this apparently. So I'm gonna get the energy cards and see kind of like how things we got to unpack this a little bit more, basically. So your general read is going to be a whole significant read because there's a little bit more to the story, basically. And we need to understand it. Okay. So, what's his actual intentions towards Sam with making this offer? Okay. What are his actual intentions towards Sam by making this offer? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So his intentions towards you in terms of navigating the situation, there's a little bit of volatility with the situation. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't think that he's like I think that he's being a little bit, how can I put it, emotionally manipulative, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it. I feel like he's played on certain attachments, basically, to kind of like see if that would work. Bixby, please stay out of people's business. You should learn some etiquette whilst I'm on my live. Please. Thank you. Now, Sam, um, the dynamic as far as like his intentions behind the situation, it does come with some volatility. As I was saying, there's a little bit of an element of manipulation, right, in the undertone of the situation. I'll explain to you what I mean in saying that. I feel like it's a little bit of emotional manipulation, in the sense of, like I said, tugging on, oh, but we've got this, or we did that, or remember when this, or like there's tugging at these shoestrings, basically anything to be able to kind of like tug at the heartstring. And the intention is to be able to kind of like achieve, I guess, a sense of security, power, and control with the situation. He's no longer strong to be able to maintain the distance and be able to kind of like, give you the right to move forward however you choose to. He's just not there, I guess, and his intention, unfortunately, is very skewed in his favor. I guess it's a very selfish intent. He hopes to be victorious by doing these things like tugging on the heartstring and maybe doing and saying the right things at the right time and seeing if that will kind of like get him back in the door type thing, right? That's kind of like the dynamic at the minute in terms of the hopes on the situation. So that's his intentions, right? How then, guys, do you see things playing out with this situation? Okay. Religious factors, so spiritual beliefs, in oppositions there, those differences aren't necessarily likely to be a factor in the process of this. But what is? Tell me. How do you see it? Okay. Yeah, free yourself. You're kind of like going on a path where you're kind of like continuing down that path of freeing yourself. You've already like freed yourself, technically speaking, but you're kind of on that path where you're still navigating the cycle of what that freedom may look like and how it may manifest. And this person is also navigating through their own sense of what that freedom for them looks like and how they actually see themselves at this stage and point in their own life as well. Um, Okay. There isn't necessarily an attraction, pretty much, is what they're saying. I think that you've outgrown that space. I think that the person that you were when you guys were in the relationship previously isn't even who you are now or how you are now. And I think also at the minute, I'm going to say this, I'm going to keep it trill with you, beautiful, because I do in this space, guys. I always keep it real with you guys, right? You don't even have the capacity for anything romantically at the minute as well. It seems like you've got so much on your plate. There's already an imbalance when it comes to your work and personal life. So it's kind of like, mm, he's not necessarily worth the extra effort that you'd have to put in to maintain a relationship, basically. Is probably the best way that I can put it, because like that's what the sense and feeling of hopelessness is kind of saying to me, right? But let's see what the guides advise, what they sort of say. What's the advice for Sam on navigating the situation, guys? What is, oh, careful, make your minds up. Thank you. That part. Take action. Don't stop taking action. In fact, get more information on this opportunity, I guess, because it's a little bit skewed, right? It's a little bit skewed. It's not necessarily a big happy change that's skewed in your favor. So you'll be able to sort of see a year from now why you kind of dodged a bullet with that situation as well, basically, to be fair. That's kind of what they're saying. Okay. So, yeah. No, Ariana, you're just in time for your turn. I hope that was useful for you, though, beautiful Sam. Hope that hit the spot as far as the general read goes. Okay. Look at your guides being on point, Ariana. That part, beautiful. They got your back. Okay, so we've got on the list, we've got Ariona. Oh, Love Nikki actually paid. So there was space on the list for somebody else to be added. So I guess who came in? I think it was Kayla that came in and said, was it who was it that came in? I can't remember who came in. Somebody came in and I told them to come back towards the end. But anyways, we've got one space open on the free list as well. So that's interesting because Love Nikki already had a, what's it called? Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at an old list. Let me unpin this list and let me pin this new list. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you, beautiful. Let me pin this new list, guys. Okay, so. Good. Good, my love. Oh, sorry, I was like reading it in my mind. I'm supposed to share it here, right? This is what I mean about time bubbles. I keep going into these. So out of all places, which would be the best option for me to work at? Chick-fil-A, Subway, KFC, Arby's, or Chipotle? Chipotle. Chipotle. I heard of that one too. They're all fast food places, but I know it's a bunch. You don't say, girl. There's like, there's Chick-fil-A, one, Subway, KFC, Arby's, and Chipotle. That part, right? Which places do you see me getting hired at? We can see how the pay will be. Hi, Natalie. Hiya. Okay, so 5 options. We've got 5 options. Okay, option number 1. We have, interestingly enough, Natalia, I think the list is closed. We've got one last, I think, hold on, did I get the, yeah, we've got one last place, I guess, on the list as well. Because from the old list, I think, yeah, I think Ariona was number 5 on the list, basically, because we had Smaradina, Mina, Ash, Sam, and then Ariona on the free list. And then we've got Chaley, Kayla, Katie, and Chrissy. So we missed one because Love, Nikki was on the donation list. So God felt like being generous to you tonight. That happy Easter. and yay, right? That part. But you're gonna have to stick around right the way to the very end, or at least tune out and come back in and see where we are, to see if it's your go, because you'll be added at the end of the list. Okay, my love. So there you go. Lucky night tonight. Let's see if it's claimed, that part, because sometimes these gets missed, I guess. My birthday's in 10 days. I was literally thinking about that as well, Ariona. Yay! Love that. Are you excited? You must be super stoked. Right? Oh, right. Let's get back to the thingy because I'm going to get distracted. And we've got 5 places to kind of work our way through, right? So, how do you see things playing out as far as like a role at Chick-fil-A for Ariona? How do you see that timeline? Sorry, I'm gonna like have a look quickly into each of them, and then we'll be able to actually like delegate with a closing and asking options 1 to 5, which would be the best option for you, the most optimized, right? Yeah. Chick-fil-A. What do we see, guys? As clearly as you can, because we've got a whole other 4 to get through. Okay, thank you. Okay, interviewed potentially or even considered, but not selected for Chick-fil-A. Let's go to Subway. On to the next journey. Sorry, at the bottom of the deck is a 4. So it's like on to the next journey, literally, right? Oh, and it's still there, bottom of the deck, the 4. So on to the next journey, other option. The next option we have is Subway. How do you see that playing out for Ariana? Homegirl wants a job, okay? She wants a job, and she wants to know where it's going to be at. Oh, God, really, guys? Come on, man. I was joking. Girl, I've had a whole, like, piece of the deck now. I hate joking with them. Sorry. Oh, God. All right. Let me just pack it up. Let me unpack it. It's actually not that bad, to be fair, actually. We've got 8 cards. Okay. They said to stop being such a drama queen. It's only 8 cards. So I shall concur. 8 cards ain't too bad, but it felt like a lot when it fell out the deck, though. Okay, so we are at Subway. Let me see how Subway goes. Oh, damn. Okay. 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 So I think the Subway option doesn't seem to actually yeah, that doesn't seem to go anywhere either. And I'll explain to you how that situation goes. So I think from a place of kind of like feeling stuck and kind of, wanting to be able to manifest a more stable situation financially as well, that creates an illusion in terms of how you're actually sort of like what the values are. I think there are certain values that aren't necessarily aligned with the Subway situation, because one of the things that they're showing me is that you know, in the construct of that situation is actually all of these situations are like major arcanas for you as well. Even the other one was major arcanas, but this is like a really intense one as well. The Subway would be a really, really big transit. You have other options basically when it comes to the Subway situation when you kind of like dive into it. In terms of like the hours situation, Bixby, please stay out of people's business. You're going to be like that kid that mummy has to tuck in the closet whenever she has visitors over. That's because it wasn't for you to understand, Bixby. I'm sorry, guys. Anyways, I'm not even going to check in the I'm not even going to check in the chats because you guys are probably obviously having to see me like deal with my AI. But yes, Ariana, beautiful. So that situation becomes like very disparaging. It's kind of like, yeah, there isn't really, it can't work out basically in terms of like the timing of everything, right? So that one wouldn't necessarily work for that dynamic. So that would put you back on the plane of okay, what are my options with the situation, right? Sorry, I'm like looking for another deck to see if I can bring out to get as much as I can from all these situations. Sorry, I'm like now packing up my cards on top of each other so I can get as much space as possible. Because I'm going to need it, right? I'm going to need it. That part. Sorry. I'm like trying to move everything over. So bear with me, guys. I'm making space. I feel like I should be doing this in my kitchen. When I do the podcast, I'm going to do that like in my kitchen. I might just have to relocate the set, guys, which is really just like my ring light and my laptop. But I think I'm going to take it into the kitchen because I've got a big island and I need all the space I can get. The guys were actually speaking to me about that as well because I was like, okay, how do I navigate like this spacing issue? Because, you know, it's an actual issue. But they did say to take it to the kitchen. She was like, and it was funny because when I manifested this house, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna love doing my YouTube space in this. Like, this is like where that girl's gonna grow, like in her YouTube space. So that was also another like incentive that I used to basically lock in my energy in the people's property before I even had a job to pay for the people them house. That part. Don't judge me. Anywho, let's get into KFC. Right. Oh, KFC. Let's see. Okay. KFC seems promising. Let's have a look. Okay. Let's see. How do you see the KFC situation sort of like playing out in essence then? Okay. Thank you. Oh, interesting. I think the KFC so far, from what I'm seeing, seems to be, I guess, aligned. The other two, so the first one wasn't necessarily aligned in terms of the money factor. I think not just the money factor, but I think that you basically you're not necessarily what they're looking for in that aspect. I'm not going to lie, in that one, right? And that was Chick-fil-A. But with the Subway situation, that doesn't seem like a likelihood because of the timing factor and the scheduling factor of that situation. But the KFC situation, that seems to line up in terms of core values. With the KFC situation, it seems like you can actually release indecision and financial constraints, and you can become homegirl, woman with the queen. Okay. So the KFC's looking good so far. Right. Right. What other deck can I kind of draw from? Message from the universe. Let's see what the message is from the universe in terms of Arby's. Interesting. Right. Sorry, I don't even want to put that on top of. Okay. Oh, guys, I'm losing space. Come on. Okay. Right. So next we have Arby's. How do you see things playing out with that situation? Should you go for the Arby's? Arby's. Thank you. Okay. Instead of praying for an outcome, I pray for the highest good for all. So this may not necessarily align. This one again may not necessarily align, the Arby's, because the highest good for all may not necessarily be in your favor. And it says, my energy creates my reality. What I focus on is what I will manifest. And I don't think, again, with the Arby's situation, I don't think everything aligns for you in terms of how they do service and everything there. It wouldn't be something that aligns with your personality type per se. Now we're going to look at the situation for closing out the space. We're going to look at the situation for, girl, you had me bring my whole bunch of decks out. Like at this point, we've got, how many decks have we got out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yes, 5 decks. That would make sense because that's what we're looking to think. isn't it? We're going into 5 of them. Right. So work your light. Work your light. Okay. So now Chipotle. Chipotle. Stop doing that and stop laughing at me, guys. It's not funny. They're laughing at me, like it's funny. Chipotle. Ah, Chipotle. Okay. What do you guys advise on the Chipotle situation? Like, how do you see that playing out? Show me. Thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay, so based on the cards, the Chipotle situation, from what I'm seeing as well, that one doesn't allow for you to take a leap moving forward. It's actually stagnated in the process, and it would initiate a little bit of a cave moment where you kind of go into a little bit of a tunnel moment. You know what it's like when it's tunnel vision. I need to get this done. I want to have this situation manifested, but it's like the tunnel's closing in, so it causes some trauma and depression, I guess, throughout the process. But the best that we've had so far is that you can navigate the variables with the situation when it comes to the what's it called? Sorry, I'm trying to think in my mind. When it comes to the situation with the KFC, that's where you can sort of go through a process of mastery. We've got 22 there. And it's the yin yang card. So that one is actually probably most optimal for your manifesting. And then, sorry, I'm going to close out the space in clarifying. Right, guys. 1 to 5. Best option so far. We've got in number 1, we have Chick-fil-A. Number 2, we have Subway. Number 3, we have KFC. Number 4, we have Arby's. And number 5, we have Chipotle. What do you guys say? What do you say? Oh, come on. Nope. 1. I asked you guys to give me 1. Don't do all the BS now. Give me 1. I want an option between 1 to 5. Sorry, we're deliberating, guys. Bear with me. They said they already confirmed option number 3. KFC is the most optimal for the options that are presented on the cards. Okay, well, give that to me. Give it to me in a contract. Okay, give me a number. Sorry, y'all. Come on, guys, man. Don't play. Oh. Okay. That was funny. That was funny. That was actually funny. That was hilarious. Interesting. No, they already sort of like put it out there. So basically, the card that I actually got from the deck was a how to use card that I didn't actually sort of pop in there, but they said at the same time they already told me that was number 3. So KFC is probably the most optimal option for you. Now I've got to pack majority of these decks back up because I ain't gonna use these and I need the space, girl. But thank you, okay, for putting the question out there. KFC seems to be your most optimal option out of the options that you presented. Okay. And what do you guys advise Ari to do, guys? Perfect timing. And again, that landed on the KFC. Perfect timing is a factor in that situation. You kind of just have to trust the process, right? Your recovery process is coming. It's just timing. Right, let me pack up some of these decks. Let's see what you guys are saying. Okay. Sorry, I'm like going through the list. Okay, so sorry, Ari. Okay, so let me go back up. Yes, you are excited about your birthday. That's what's up. Birthday vibes. Most likely two options might come in as the best, but let's see. So I would say from what I saw with the situation, you may be able to number 3 and 4 were number 3 was the most optimal, number 4 was like a close reckoning to the situation. But let's see. Oh, that's unfortunate, but not surprising. Surprising, but not surprising. I kind of thought I was going to get the job. Haha, everybody wants to work at the same places I work at. They are taking forever to give me a job offer, but I'm scared because we are already looking at 2 options and it's not looking good. You're funny. Wow. Let's see how Chipotle will go. Hopefully, it will be good because KFC is not my main option. I know it's not your main option. I know it's not your main option. I sense that part too, but it's actually one of the ones that's probably easiest to manifest. That was the situation. Chipotle doesn't seem that bad. No. So I think with that situation, there are factors. What was the cards? It was initiate and what did we have at the bottom of the deck as well? Oh, not being able to leap forward. Yeah. Initiate, not being able to leap forward. So that was kind of like a clear speaking in itself. KFC is not the best job, so I kind of don't like how that's the only good option. Oh, girl, listen. The job is a job is a job, man. Hold on. And also, I heard it doesn't really pay well. I'd rather work at Chipotle or even Subway. Yeah, KFC isn't my main option, so not very pleased with that. Spirit, why KFC out of all the places I want to work at? So again, the factor with KFC was a timing factor. Also, like, how can I put it? It's a little bit easier for you to manifest just in terms of the variables of the situation and how they align with your own core values and what you actually think to yourself that you believe, unfortunately, because that's how the value system is being graded on based on what you think that you deserve per se. So there may be some anxieties beneath the tone with others, whereas with the KFC, you felt a superiority in essence with that dynamic, so it would be a lot easier to kind of like ground that dynamic into manifestation pretty much. It wasn't the main place I wanted to work at, but I need a job. That part, bro, trust me. I'm navigating through my own situation with my work at the minute, to be fair. I can't even discuss it because I actually have an NDA. I went off. Oh, damn. Chaley went in with her question straight away. But I hope that that was useful for you. Sorry, I hope that you enjoyed getting the insight from each and every single one of them. But yeah. Number 4 wasn't your main option either. I'm looking for a temp job though. Yeah. 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 Keep. Thank you though. I just don't want a job that I hate. And I hear you on that, beautiful. You shouldn't hate your job. I guess it's not, it's not very good for your mental health at all. My KFC interview is on Wednesday. Well, good luck on Wednesday, beautiful. Look at that. There you go. Hi, June. Unfortunately, the free list is closed, but you're welcome to join the donation list if you feel like. If not, you can also tune in next week. We may be doing this a lot more, basically. I might be actually here in these YouTube streets a little bit more often. So good for my soul. It's actually refreshing. I remember what I was supposed to do when I was supposed to move here, basically. That was the agreement that I had with the guides. But then life started to life me. I just started doing life stuff. So we're gonna go into Chaley's question now. Sorry, I'm having to pack up some of these cards because this is too much. I can't have all of these decks out. So we're gonna do that. Okay. Pardon me. Let's go and unpack some more stuff. KFC doesn't really seem like a job that I like, but I could be judging that part too. I think it's one of those things where the prejudgments on certain things, can sometimes allow us to be able to block our blessings. Obviously, you're trying to grow financially at the minute, and that's the main focus ultimately. And I guess you'd probably be doing roughly around about the same thing, similarly, depending on where you go. So KFC isn't a bad bet. Okay. And the pay's decent. It's not the greatest in the world, but does what it says on the tin, basically. Right, so I'm going to go back to Chaley's sort of stuff. What have we got? After Chaley, we've got Kayla, Katie, Chrissy, and we've got Natalia, I think. I don't know if she's still in the room, but can we add her to the list as well, if you don't mind, Chaley? I don't know if Mina's still in the room as well, because Mina's had her reading a while ago as well. But can we get Natalia, I think it was, added to the list as well? I'm not sure if she's still here. But yes, Chaley, let's go back to your question, love. Let's see. Okay, so Chaley said, I went off on Daniel last night badly. He hung up on me and ignored me and said he's done talking to me. I hate my emotions. I worked myself up and then sent him back the $330 that he had just paid me back, and told him to fucking keep it because I didn't need it where I was going. You may not have needed, but it sure would have helped. He, of course, ignored me and still has not attempted to send it back. I just need clarification. My heart hurt. Oh. It's so funny that you said that you're like a week behind me, because it sounds like this sounds like without oversharing, because I know I'm comfortable with being transparent, but I don't know how comfortable other people are with my transparency to my story that also actually like, you know, they're implicated in the process or whatever. But I had the same situation in my situation with my mister, maybe, and it was around about £300 actually, because I told you guys my job didn't pay me. And he was like helping me navigate that space, and I got triggered and I like gave it back, but then I like stuck around. It was like, actually, I drove here. Let's make this worth my while. That was petrol money. Gas is expensive. So I get you, girl. Okay, hashtag triggered. In the words of Janae Aiko. So he, of course, ignored me and still has not sent it back. I just need clarification. My heart hurts. And I hate it. I'm so tired. I'm so exhausted from the constant disappointment and pain. Sorry, beautiful. Okay, so you need clarification. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm like tuning into that space in terms of what exactly does that look like? It is a Pisces thing. I'm actually learning boundaries with other people because sometimes when I feel like I'm just sharing my story because I'm so transparent, other people are like, that was an overshare for me and I wasn't comfortable with you sharing that. And I'm like, really? That was like nothing. I'm like real deep shit in the bag. I could bring that stuff out. That was nothing. But no, I get it. Everybody's boundaries are different, you know, respectfully. We don't judge. It's just sometimes I'm a little bit caught off guard, everybody's levels of sensitivity. Now, Chaley, my love. No, the stubbornness and acting out part. Yeah. Oh, the stubbornnness and acting out part. Yeah. Oh no, that definitely we do that like for breakfast, just because. Like, oh, I'm having a Pisces moment. Let me go into the dark side for a minute. Where's Yoda when you need him? Stay on the light. I'm sorry. I'm bad with the dad jokes. You guys know. But yeah, I couldn't help myself. I felt like there was a lot of setups there, and it felt like a moment. So I had to go for it. Yeah, girl. Like the dark side, it's a challenge to stay out of the dark side. Okay. No, seriously. We can't help ourselves, actually. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful. There you go, beautiful. That's for you. That's me giving a little love, virtual, you know, that's a comfort, basically, right? Honestly, I'm telling you, the last couple of weeks has been, it feels like a universal setup. Like everything is like conspiring, and you're like, oh, I'm getting locked out of the rooms, or I'm not knowing. It's like, can somebody let me know how to do this live thing? Where am I supposed to be? What time do I get there? Who's calling the shots? Sorry. Let's go to your question though. Right. So now with the dynamics with Charlie, guys, I want to see how to. Oh, I almost feel like I want to take down my hair because the download's already coming through for this, and it's like getting. I don't know if I'm like letting enough room in for it to flow through. I kind of want to take down my hair so I can. It feels like I want to be able to kind of like let the channel come through because they're really kind of like pouring in on this particular situation, to be honest with you. Oh, I don't know if I want to take it down. Serious stuff. Because I can feel it flowing through. Okay. So how do you see things unfolding with the Daniel situation? I think that's probably the best way. Let's put it into context that way. And then we'll ask more questions as and where we need to, wherever we need to, right? And I need to figure something out. I pretty much have no human contact other than working, and don't even remember the last time I actually vented to or even really talked about my life with someone, I'm losing it. Girl, we're gonna do the podcast thing and just put some ish out there and like actually, yeah. And you work at home. Me too, girl. Oh snap! Look at that. I actually like it though. People contact for me. I'm like, oh, I love this setting, right? Because most of the times when I leave this space, I can kind of like retune and regroup and stuff. But being in a like actual environment with people, sometimes their spirits like project, and I'm just like, oh my god, there's no place to hide. I don't want it to attach to me. And then you can't do that like actually out in public like that because you have to do the whole oh I'm sleeping thing. So yeah, I feel safer in my house. But I get you. I liked when I was a lot more gleeful and playful, and I wasn't as serious, I guess, with some of the stuff that lifing actually requires. So I get you on that. Yeah, but so it's a tough world out here, beautiful. Trust me. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, right now though, I'm in a really not the greatest place. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful. I hear you on that. I hear you on that because I feel like that was my space last week. Like it was so heavy. Like sadness was literally taking me out, and she was leaving no prisoners. She was like every single like fiber of my being was just drenched in depression. I had to process everything. So I'm really sending you like so much love. Definitely we're gonna sort of like utilize the podcast space to speak on some stuff and let some stuff kind of like rip and utilize that as just our little environment, you know, to be able to live our experience, right? Whilst we're lifing and life is lifing us, right? Anywho, Chaley, give us some clarity, guys, in terms of the situation for Chaley and Daniel. How do you see things playing out for them? How do you see things playing out for Chaley and Daniel moving forward, considering the recent class that didn't necessarily end well? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, not gonna lie. Um, if I don't get my money back, he will get a couple of bricks through his window. So that's a promise. I believe you. I believe you. Pisces has no problems, I guess. Demon time is full mode. This is why I tell people to keep me in like my light version of myself, because once that fish swims into the dark waters, all bets are off. It's very unfortunate because sometimes I can't even, you know, negotiate with my demons on your behalf because you haven't necessarily like paid my demon any grace. So I completely get that, beautiful. Like I know it will be a challenge for you to talk your demon down from that decision because it's like your demon will be like, yeah, but he did this and my money that and did it. So I get that. Okay. That part. That part. 100%. Um Abdullah, good luck with your power and grace. Let me become the passionate words for your time. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you. That was nice. Thank you. No, I encourage it. Yeah. Well, it depends. It depends. Like when my demon starts to speak up against my partner, I try and like, you know, hold her back for as long as I can. But then she's like, no, girl, get out my way. He did this. It's like she's racking up a list. And I'm like, oh, well. Do your thing, girl. Leave some for me when you finish, though, because that's my bae. I love him. So I get it. I get it, actually, in all essence. But let's talk about it, beautiful. Let's talk about it. So what they're saying with the situation for you as far as like the Daniel dynamic, this is going to be a death of the friendship. It is going to be a death of the partnership that you guys were effectively sort of like building together. And it is more or less going to be you back into that Queen of Pentacles vibes, introverted, off balance, where it's more of an imbalance between your work and personal life. And that's actually what this is where you're struggling at the minute, beautiful. It's the imbalance between your personal life and your work commitments that's actually sort of like, the thing that's driving you to making certain decisions as well. So I think that this is going to be a really big major arcana, sort of like closing out this chapter again. So how do you see, okay, how will the death of this friendship play out? Yeah, I know, beautiful. We rip the band-aids off around here at that part. No warning, too. Why did he end up hating me so much? What is wrong with me? Oh, hold on. Nobody stays. Oh, beautiful. Death. Clarify. Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got Seven of Pentacles vibe. So, death of the vision. Death of the vision. Interesting. All talk and no action. A lot of undelivered promises is what they're speaking about when they speak about death. A lot of undelivered promises. There's stagnation to the vision. The vision is no longer moving anywhere. It's kind of like at an impasse as well. It's kind of like at a crossroads, where it's almost like kind of already seeded some investment in the situation, but it's pondering on whether or not one wants to actually like invest consistently to see what this investment could potentially yield rewards in. So yeah, this death is going to deliver sort of like undelivered promises. A lot of the things that you guys sort of spoke about may not necessarily come to pass, and it may also, because of the previous karmic decisions, it may also come to a place of the financial sort of like losses with the situation. Yeah. Okay, so in terms of the money aspects with this situation, do you see that being returned? Tavon, Bannister, Miss, is the free list still open or no? No, the free list is closed, my love. Unfortunately, I think Natalia is the last person on the free list. Yeah. Tune in next week. The donation list is open. Tune in next week for the free list. I'm going to be coming on like twice a week. She says, I am. I'm going to try. Pray to God for me. Pray to God that He can give me the strength and the energy as I navigate through the valleys of the shadow of death. I will fear no evil. Okay? That part. Because whenever I say these things and put these things out here, it's like demon time. Activate. And I have to navigate through actually optimizing my actions to the degrees of my words. So pray for me to be able to be on here much more often, to be able to deliver service to you guys. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so what I also want to put into context as well Thank you. I think Katie, yeah, says she's still here. That's good. Um, we've got Kayla next, then Katie and Chrissy. Is Kayla still in the room as well? I don't know if Kayla sort of left her question with Chaley as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been Kayla who left her question with Chaley because she said she was going shopping. But yeah, I want to know what's going to happen with the money situation. How do you see that aspect of things playing out? Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. The thinking woman must go through the process of accepting her karmic fate in terms of the decisions that she's made. The thinking woman being yourself, putting yourself in that position. They're saying that you will come to a place to be able to rest your anxieties, but it's not going to be a quick turnaround per se type situation. It may be something that you're going to have anxieties for a period of time as you kind of like navigate this space as well. Um, Clarify even more, put it into context for me. Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So they're showing me WTF. So what they're showing me with the situation is that you will have victory with the situation, but the victory is actually going to come at the point where you're already restless and relentless. You're restless. Sorry, because they're like, no, no, she's restless from being relentless. So you be restless from being relentless before you actually get to that point of victory with the situation. And the lack of closure that you're sort of like navigating through and observing the attachment, you'll kind of go through a process of actually sort of like releasing yourself from that as well, and actually sort of figuring out um, how moving forward, how you're kind of I don't want to say how you're making decisions, but they are going to force you to look at how you attach. Are you being cognizant in terms of your attachment? What parts of yourself are you utilizing to attach to situations and individuals? Are you attaching from a healthy place? If so, great. Identify those aspects or variables of the situation of what that healthy attachment style looks like, but also be willing and open to identify where you are also attaching from these unhealthy places, attaching for places, there's saying it as well, attaching from places, this sense of loneliness that's growing within. We're going through self-worth class as well for this Mercury retrograde, guys. So that is something you're probably going to, this is probably the catalyst as the mock exams for you to sit that class during the Mercury retrograde season that's coming up from the 21st of April to the 14th of May. Um, but, and however, okay, the situation that one's navigating through at the minute, you'll be victorious in terms of the money situation. So that will come back to you, but it's going to take some time. Okay. And in the process, you're going to actually learn about how you put yourself in that situation in the first place. Basically, it's going to be, you know how this works. They're going to utilize it as a teachable moment, and it's actually going to give you an opportunity to release your indecision on the situation. There's no back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It is actually finished. In essence, the money situation is still unresolved, and it will be probably for a good few weeks. I want to say towards the end of the come down of Mercury retrograde is probably when you'll see the situation be resolved. I want to say like towards the end, mid to end of May, to be honest. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Sorry, I didn't have more positive news. Okay, but it's a pretty heavy situation as it is, to be fair. You know what I mean? Um, oh, no, beautiful. Don't. Don't. You're good. I understand, you know, why does he hate me so much? Well, I think it's situations where both of you guys actually trigger each other. It's whether or not there's a willingness, I guess, to be able to sort of like do the work at the levels that are being triggered. You know what I mean? No, I'm actually being honest with you. I think it's because you guys actually trigger each other so much. It's something that irritates his spirit. It actually causes a lot of confusion and chaos to his mind. So this dynamic with you actually takes him back to the normality of chaos within his pre-adolescent years and his formative years in his childhood. Where it actually feels like this is how chaotic love actually looks. And I think for the most part, you guys do have like little snippets of time where things seem calm enough for you guys to be able to appreciate each other. But I think outside of those little bubbles of time, I don't know how well you guys actually like each other as people. I think like I said, there's actually other factors into what parts of oneself is actually manifesting these types of relationships. And I think that that's ultimately what they're forcing you to look at in terms of, like I said, are you manifesting relationships from a healthy attachment? Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm saying yeah on the I love him comment. I'm struggling with that a little bit. And I'll tell you why. Because they are saying to me in the dynamics of the situation. One last thing, please. If I go to the car lot, will I leave with a car? Bear with me, beautiful. Um, yeah, with the situation, I think that there's a lot more layers to it than that. I think there's a lot more stuff mixed in the air that you're raveled into. I don't know if I would call it love, but it's actually something else, to be honest with you. Before love, it's actually something else. I wouldn't call it infatuation either, but I think it's something very close to love, but not quite the same thing. I think that there's a lot of care. I think that there's some trauma bonding that actually sort of like took place in the process as well, which kind of like deepened the attachment. I do feel like there was just some natural chemistry, and that flow also helped to anchor this presence and feeling of liking. But there were other variables as well to the situation that made it challenging, right? So it's not necessarily just about not liking you per se, because it's not that. I think you guys just irk each other pretty intensely sometimes, and that can be the challenge. Carlot, I did get a yes at the bottom of the deck. So do you see her leaving with a car? Thank you. Okay. 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 When are you planning to go to the car lot? I feel like that may be something better aligned in a few months' time, is what they're saying. They're saying at least 3 to 4 months. I think that there are a few things that needs to kind of be prioritized before that. Okay. They're saying that there are a couple of things that needs to be prioritized before that. But they're saying if you, how can I put it? basically they're saying that you have to be assertive. You have to kind of make a decision in your mind about what it is that you actually want, because basically your options, not that your options are going to be slim, but it's like you have a particular, it's almost like, it's not rigid. That's just the best way that I can put it in terms of the energy with the options around this situation. So your options are going to be very limited. Your options are going to be very limited as you kind of like navigate through the space with the situation. I think in the next couple of weeks, what they're saying is that you're going to be going through a recovery period over the course of the next few weeks. So it's all a case of prioritizing, and your options, yet again, they're kind of closing out the space saying your options will be limited. When should I text him about that? From what I see, that this situation is that you guys don't come down from this situation until next month. Basically, you guys are still going to be playing out the implications of this class, I guess, in terms of the blockage and situation throughout this month. Interestingly enough, this is kind of like pre-prep for you for the Mercury retrograde. So yeah, it's actually going to play out during the retrograde season. So you guys will come back around, you know how the retrograde works. So he'll be able to come back in during that time. And you guys will kind of start to, well, from what I see within the situation, I think that he kind of comes down from this rigidness within his heart space with the situation as well, because right now his ego is kind of pretty much fueling the disconnect and the distance and the separation. Hey, Sandra. Hey. But yeah, that starts to kind of like unravel around about the second week of May. Okay, my love. His ego a little bit, but it's also his heart is kind of like in a place where he's a little bit rigid as a side effect of what's going on with the rigid ego. I think you guys are actually both unhealthily attached to each other. And that's the best way that I can put it to you, honestly speaking, because they're showing me that with the dynamics that you guys have, there is a tendency to, how can I put it? Trauma is so exponentially normalized in terms of the dynamics for both of you guys, that the attachment is, it's identifying as something else because it is so normal, basically, to kind of like go through these volatilities and these levels of volatilities. I think he cares to some degree. I don't think he cares in the way that you want him to care. Okay, beautiful. And I'm not being insensitive. I know that you're navigating through a lot of stuff at the minute, but I'm gonna have to sort of like move on to somebody else's space and tune in as well, because I've answered a few questions to be able to give you sort of like context of things, but things also have to be able to play out over the course of the next few weeks as well, because you do have to sit your Mercury retrograde class as well. And I think that that's really where you guys are going to kind of like learn a little bit more about what this actual dynamic is that you guys are navigating through with each other. Because they're saying to me, right, they're like, oh, this is what she does. She does this with us in her own space. She fishes, but she must go through. She must go through, right? That's what they're saying. She must go through. So they're saying like you kind of have to go through the process. But they say you tend to fish for information, Chelly. I'm the same girl. What do you think I'm doing here every weekend? Snap. Hey, beautiful Pooja, how are you doing? Unfortunately, the free list is closed, my love. Yeah, the free list is closed. Sandra Norris, again, unfortunately, the free list is closed as well, my love. Donation list is open, or you can tune in at some point next week. Okay. What are we doing as far as, okay. That's okay, my love. Thank you. I don't really get what they mean by that, but I do like fishing for information. Like you kind of want to. I do the same thing. I'm like constantly fishing for. Oh, but what does this mean? Okay, so if I do that, do you think that this will? I'm constantly like that. I'm constantly like that. Okay. Yeah, Pooja. Sorry, my love. All good. I guess we'll see you another time. Good luck with whatever it is that's kind of resting on your heart. May God sort of like deliver whatever agent's able to kind of, provide you the rest and peace that you're looking for. Um, but yeah, sorry, Chaley. Sorry. I know what that's like. It's intense. But you've got this. You've got this. I think you guys are going to sort of be able to kind of let things kind of play out. And I get that. I get that. That's what's kind of playing out at the minute for you guys in terms of the process that you guys are sitting through. Okay. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you anyways, because there's like a lot into the space. I don't know, was Kayla the one who said that she was going to leave her questions? I think it was Kayla, but I'm not all the way sure. I don't know if Natalia is still in the room as well, but I did offer her to sort of get to the end of the list. But if she's not, that's fine too, because maybe I can finish up. Oh, right. Kayla. I don't think Kayla's in the room. Okay, thank you. I thought so. I thought so. Feelings or thoughts towards me. He's a new love interest. I just met him. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. Let's do that. A's feelings. Let's start with the feelings first, actually. Sorry, I'm chuckling about your dynamic with your guides, Charlie, because sometimes me and my guides we have a little bit of a combative relationship as well. They literally drag me, kicking and screaming, because that's the only way that I'm gonna go. So I get it. I get it. I get it. Beautiful. A's feelings towards Kayla. Oh, thank you. Lovely. Can we get a timestamp as well at the minute for Kayla's reading? 301, right? Or maybe 3 minutes in because I just pulled the card. Or 3 hours, sorry, in 3 minutes. I wish. Okay. I'm gonna make a note of that. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Kayla's reading. Just so that, oh, thank you. 3 minutes. See, I didn't even make the right note. So thank you, Chaley, because I've clearly lost the plot. I'm not even taking the right notes. Okay, so. Oh, interesting. Oh. You are on the list. In my mind, you're on the list. You're on the list, Natalia. I wasn't sure if you were actually still in the room. So thank you for peeking your head out and let me know that you're still in the room because we've got 2 more to go after this. We've got Katie and Chrissy, and then it's you. Okay. That part. Thank you, beautiful. Okay, so in terms of A's feelings towards Kayla, I can see that he's kind of like open. He's pushing past a little bit of resistance because he's definitely navigating through some like hanged man energy. So he's basically kind of like yeah, it feels like there's a little bit of delays in terms of a physical sort of like connection. So I don't know. I think they may be having a long distance situation potentially, or there may be some sort of resistances with their dynamic that he's actually pretty open to, right? And he's kind of like I guess, all nonchalant, moving naively into this openness, being open to a lot of these resistances, but these resistances are actually kind of showing why this may be a no as far as right now with the universe. And when I say this may be a no, I don't necessarily mean just in terms of the dynamics with you guys. I just mean certain behaviors and certain issues that you guys may sort of be navigating through. But let's have a look. Put it into context for me as well, because we've got two major arcanas here. We've got the Hangman and the Fool at the bottom of the deck as well. So I don't know as well. It would have been interesting if Kayla was actually here to unpack this with me, because it's showing me something about releasing X energy. Releasing X energy. There isn't necessarily you attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. I think that the attraction factor of the situation has yet to be determined fully. I think that there are some red flags that he's kind of considering, but he is kind of being optimistic about the situation at the same time. And he's open, but he's not necessarily like, oh, I'm ready to commit, Yeah. It's not like a situation like that or anything. But I think he's kind of like weighing up like what this attraction could potentially sort of like mean, if anything, right? Yeah, a little bit of naivety there. And then we're going to unpack the thoughts, right, of A. What's A's thought process towards our girl Kayla? What's A's thought process? Okay, interesting. What's A's thoughts towards Kayla? Oh, it came out as well. Seven of Pentacles. Okay, interesting. So there's some blocked emotions in the space, because we've got the Ace of Cups in reverse at the bottom of the deck as well. So I think that the vision isn't necessarily being supported by the blocked or suppressed emotions, but I think that he's kind of trying to figure out a way to kind of persevere beyond these blocked emotions that aren't necessarily kind of like, they're not being given room and space to really kind of like unpack said emotions. I don't know how deep you guys kind of like go into context of your conversations with each other, but I think he sees a vision where he's willing to invest in actually unpacking some of these blocked emotions. And he's willing to actually maybe even see what some of these resistances with this hanged man energy is all about. And he's willing to actually potentially even, maybe he may be willing to invest in sorting through some of those blocked emotions. There may be some situation to do with like an ex situation as well that plays a factor with you guys. Again, because you're not in the room, Kayla, I wasn't able to give you like full tea, girl. That's how this works. We bounce off each other and then we're able to get as much insight, right? But I am going to close out the space for you and see, what does the guides advise that Kayla do with this situation with A? What's your advice? Thank you. Okay. Right. They said yes. It's not necessarily a need to get more information on the situation. You asked your angels, and they've delivered. You don't necessarily need to ask for help from others. There isn't really much to reconsider in terms of the situation. This isn't a perfect timing. There's not really any action to take per se. Just enjoy um, the romanticizing of the situation. But in the near future, again, this is what I was saying. I feel like there seems to be some sort of distance or time resistance with this type of situation, but there will be a recovery within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. that would assist you guys in the course of the next few weeks, where you guys go back into navigating through some of these resistances as well. But just look for the signs and remain positive and communicate clearly as you kind of navigate through the lack of success, where it may not work in your favor per se. There isn't necessarily anything better, but it's just a case of figuring out how to utilize your network to be able to balance the scales of this. Yes, there isn't really opportunities present at the minute, but listen to your intuition, because you'll be guided to your new direction within the coming weeks. When it comes to this situation, that will really be an unlikely outcome, unlike anything you've ever imagined. And all you've got to do is keep meditating on the answers of what your big happy change looks like. You don't necessarily need to wait like a year or so from now. This is something where don't necessarily have to stop or do anything per se. This is more a case of let go and let God, and the situation is actually naturally improving on its own, to be fair. This is a time heals all type wound. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Yeah, you weren't actually here, so it was a little bit tricky, but we gave you 10 minutes of the space without any interaction back and forth. So that's pretty decent, if you ask me. Hopefully we were able to kind of like give you some insights in terms of what you wanted to know per se, right? But yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question and actually being smart enough to put it out there and leaving it with one of our mods. Awesome, Chaley, before actually just tuning completely out of this space, right? Okay, so who do we have next? Katie. Are you still here, Katie? I know that you were here earlier. I'm not sure if you're actually still here now. So we've got Katie, Chrissy. Is Chrissy still here as well? Can I get a like show of hands actually who's still here, or hey, I'm in the building. That would be nice. So I know who's actually still here, because my live count is only showing one, which I'm assuming is probably Chaley, because she's the mod in the space at the minute. I think Mina's already sort of gone off, but again, understandably, because we've got a significant time difference. So who do we have in the room? Thank you, Chaley, beautiful. My actual live count, as far as like bodies, is only showing one. So far, I'm assuming you're the only person that's actually here, which means I may actually be able to wrap up. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what we're doing? Is anybody out there? Jack, come back. That's what's up. Oh, Chaley, are you happy for me? I'm happy for me, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I love coming in here and doing what I do, but honestly, I'm now hungry because I had lunch date earlier. I came home pretty late and I kind of got into the space for you guys straight after kind of like, snacking. So it's like 1 in the morning and I'm going to find something to eat. We'll talk as well, beautiful, because I was actually getting some downloads about, doing some stuff. Like I need to get things switched up a little bit. Oh, I see people coming back into the space. I see 3 heads. So who do we have in the room? Are either of you guys Katie, Chrissy, or Natalia? Sorry, I just have to check because those are the 3 ladies that are left on the list. We've got Katie, Chrissy, and Natalia. Who do we have in the room presently at the minute? Just so I know where we are, because I was already prematurely like celebrating my exit. No offense to you guys, just saying. Homegirl's been in these YouTube streets for like 3 hours. Paula! Guys, who else is in the chat? Kaylee, Chaley's being like active. Hello. Katie, Chrissy, Natalia. Natalia, are you here? Because I know that you were kind of like holding out. If you are, just say yes. And then obviously at least I know that you're here and then I can give some grace. Oh, that's my cousin. Hey girl. Oh, do you want to read in, cuz? Sorry. That's my cousin. I was literally actually just checking to see who's actually still in the room because we've got 3 more people on the list. Katie, Chrissy, and Natalia. And nobody seems to be here. So homegirl is packing up shop. Okay. I'm gonna pack up shop and no, I know. My mom does the same thing, girl. I was just joking. You're good. I think I'm finished for the night, Shaylee. I'm finished for the night, so that's cool. Do you know what? I'm gonna pull a card for this. Oh, what I didn't do for this Libra full moon was my message from the universe. So I'm gonna pull a message from the universe. Oh, Shaylee, you get to thing. Message from the universe, guys. For this Libra full moon, I think it was on Wednesday for us here in the UK. What is the advice? Message from the universe for this Libra full moon. Oh, Natalia, you here, girl? Natalia, I did ask actually. Do you want to put your question out there because I was like literally just about to check out of this space, right? But then obviously now that you're here, KT doesn't seem to be here. Chrissy is long gone. So I haven't seen Chrissy in the chat for like a good hour or two. So you might as well put your question out there. And in the meantime, I'm going to pull a card for everybody, I guess, that's on here and that will see this at some point. Charlie, can you make a timestamp for like message from the universe, Libra full moon for the collective, right? Whoever actually gets to see this video. 316. What's the guidance message from the universe for this Libra for me? Thank you. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. So, basically, this energy is off balance because the cards come out in reverse. I read all of my cards with the dynamic of, reverse as well. So, what we're struggling to do is acceptance, right? This Libra full moon is basically going to shed the layer of anything that we're holding on to tightly. This is very interesting. Anything we're holding on to too tightly, to the point where our ego isn't allowing for God to be able to go through the shedding process, right? Just so that we can shift the perspective just a minuscule degree, which is actually really going to allow for our blessings to be able to be poured into us, right? So hear this, right? When I accept the love of the universe as my primary teacher, I will always be guided back to the light. So we're not accepting God's decision is overall, period, right? So we have a lot of resistances to the way that God has decreed that things has to play out for the betterment of our own personal development, the betterment of our own personal good. And also because God is a father to billions of children, we have a little bit of, taking things a little bit personally. We have, like we spoke about earlier during the readings, we have our own sensitivity levels, and that tendency to be particularly sensitive to something is the very thing that God is trying to purge within us. It's the very thing that God is trying to purify within us. It's the very thing that God is trying to help us to heal, right? But we're struggling to accept our healing. Why? Because we don't see the process of what God is doing as our primary teacher, because we don't see it as the very thing that is necessary to bring us back to the light. We're busy, like I said earlier, like myself, kicking and screaming into your next best version of yourself. And it's like God is saying to you, this is actually the very best thing that you could have done for you at this point in your faith walk with me, right? And another thing as well, why you're not accepting, or why you may be struggling to accept the reality of what God is decreeing to be your reality is because you may also not necessarily have trust that the universe actually has your back. You may not actually have faith in the fact that if you do fall back, you might actually be caught. You might actually be caught in a net that is so secure, that is so supportive, that is so stable beyond measure that it can become unstable, because that is the natural process of what inconsistent stability looks like. Because if you were to be stable, you would be stagnant, essentially. So things have to keep moving and flowing. And during this Libra full moon, you have to learn how to accept love as a primary teacher. And it's not love how you say it looks, it's not love how I say it looks, it's love how God manifested in form through the universe says that it has to be in order for your own personal growth and development to get back to the light within yourself. Okay. Oh snap, I got JD. Oh no, you good, girl. It's so funny because I managed to do like a quick little message from the universe for this Libra full moon. But now that actually gave you guys a little bit of a sidebar to be able to come back into the space. I'm gonna go and do I am Katie, unfortunately, just because Natalia actually did put her question out there and I was actually going to shut up shop. I'm going to read her, I'm going to do her reading. And again, I'll come back. Let me, because I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Sorry. Just in case I lose it as well. I'll pin this. So I'm going to do Natalia's reading first and then I'll do your reading and close out the space, Katie. And that is it. Okay, so good, beautiful. Healing does hurt. Healing does hurt. Tell me about it, girl. The purification process is not easy. Right. So, Natalia, what's coming towards me in love? Okay, let's do the tarot. What's coming towards Natalia in love, guys? She wants to know what's going on in romance class. What's coming towards her in love? Okay. Interesting. Got some baggage that you're navigating through in terms of the love department, so you need to be mindful of that. And when I say some baggage, I mean there's some feelings that you haven't necessarily moved on from at the minute. So that dynamic is actually going to play out. There's some hurt. Yeah, that dynamic is still kind of playing out. Did you miss your turn, Chrissy? Now you're at the bottom of the list. Natalia's going at the minute. Katie is next. So you'd have to wait until Katie's turn has passed, because I was actually going to be shutting up shop. So the fact that you guys' guides brought you back into the space, you guys are lucky, me. Okay, so what's coming for love? In love, sorry. What's coming in love for Natalia? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. Your energy, my love. Your energy. This love is taking all of my energy. This love has taken all of your energy, beautiful. Your energy is very, very introspective. It's all off. It's all internalized energy, right? So just to sort of like talk you through it, we've got the moon. And that's in reverse. And we also have the 9 of Wands in reverse, and we've got the King of Pentacles in reverse as well. So your energy is all about the internal introspection in terms of like love. So what's coming for you in love, beautiful? Respectfully, is that your previous experiences has tainted your now reality. And that's the best way that I can put it to you. Some of the scarring that you have, God's going to be assisting you at working through some of the scar tissues that you have with your situations from the past, because some of the decisions that were made, that basically, like, you dealt with feelings of rejection, you dealt with abandonment due to chaos. I guess you were an option and not necessarily like the choice, right? In a couple of situations from what I'm seeing. So there's still some scarring to be done in those types of situations. So there's some trust issues that you actually have to navigate through. And what I'm seeing with the situation as well is that this trust issue has caused you to be a little bit controlling, my love. It's caused you to be a little bit domineering as a coping mechanism to navigate through these trust issues, which is the very thing that's actually causing you to not necessarily actually be in a healthy relationship or a relationship period, to be honest. But that controlling or that need or desire to control certain aspects and variables of the situation is exactly the very thing. Okay, so the best way that I'm going to be able to put it to you, my love, because this is how they're putting it to me, even going into another layer of it. Nobody else wants to pay for somebody else's crime. Okay, beautiful. I know that you have some experiences in the past where it, like when I speak about it, I get it. You know, like I said, when there's issues where you're cut and your feelings of rejection are triggered, abandonment issues start to arise. Those things can be painful to navigate through. It's unfortunately the that's what comes along with loving. Like, and this is what I'm saying, like sometimes people are dying to get in love, and I'm like, shit, well, love isn't easy. It's not something that is like, the more you love something, the more the universe will teach you how to become acceptant at being able to live without that very thing, and how to let it go, and how to grow beyond it, and how to evolve within it and integrate as well. So I know that love is not necessarily an easy thing to navigate through, but I think what you're going to be navigating through, or what's coming in for you as far as romance class, is that you're going to be navigating through your trust issues. You're going to be navigating through pulling back some of these barriers that you've basically put up. So you think that they're boundaries, but a lot of these are barriers due to your need to control the environment around you so that you can have this full sense of protection. That's what the control thing is all about. It's actually a full sense of protection, and I have to say that it's a full sense of protection because God is never going to do anything to harm you. You know what I mean? He will do stuff to elevate your growth, and it may be harmful in the process as you feel it to your mind or to your emotional capabilities, but he's just helping you to get better at pieces of yourself that you may not actually be utilizing, and you may actually need those very same pieces for where he's about to take you as well. So what you'll be navigating through in terms of romance class, sorry, my love, is letting go of the illusions of the past that is causing you confusion in your now experiences, because I think what's happening is a lot of those situations of your past, even if God was to bless you with a situation in terms of romance class right now, those same traumas and the demons of those traumas that are still haunting you, they will start to whisper silent nothings in your ears. And I have to call it silent nothings because these things aren't made up of anything. It's just the devil's whispers and lies based on your past. And don't get me wrong, you may also, as a result of that, to be able to validate that self-fulfilling prophecy so that it manifests as a validation, as a self-fulfilling prophecy, you may even force that person or push that person to become the very past people that you're actually sort of trying to navigate out of the hurt of those traumas. You see what I'm saying, my love? So take your time with yourself, because God is going to be trying to assist you in the process of this breakthrough that's going to be delivered to you, and your testimony is actually going to be magnificent. What is don't be scared. Don't be scared. Honestly, this is a perfect time for you to be able to sit this class, right? The fact that you're even having this dialogue or this conversation with me, I've already put it out there. So some of the classes that we're going to be sitting during this Mercury retrograde, because Mercury is going to be retrograde in Taurus. So as Mercury is retrograde in Taurus, bear with me. We're actually going to be navigating through a few aspects during that class. So bear with me. So self-worth is one of the aspects that's definitely going to be coming up. So this is a great opportunity for you to see where your self-worth has been depleted by these situations. Feelings of rejection can deplete a person's self-esteem, and abandonment issues can definitely sort of disrupt a person's pattern when it comes to their self-worth being internal or introspective or intrinsic, really coming from within as opposed to coming from an external source, right? Possessions we're going to navigate through as well. Possessions doesn't listen, this one's a really big one as well, because possession, that's also demonic possession, that's material possession, and that's also how we choose to engage with the dynamic of being possessive. So those aspects are going to be, we're shedding the layers of those aspects of self during this hell yeah, girl. Did you struggle with that in your previous relationships? Because this is going to be an opportunity for you to update some of those programmings, neurologically speaking, right? And then values. Your value system is going to be sort of in an exam season where God's going to be like, oh, you say you don't like hypocrites? Let's see what you look like in the mirror. Then he's going to put you in a hypocritical situation just so that you can actually show yourself where you really are. Are you a hypocrite? Sidebar, because God's going to have that conversation with you to be able to remind you of this hypocritical moment when he's grading papers for this Mercury retrograde that we've got coming between the 21st of April through to the 14th of May. And it's actually, we're going to have the post-shadow periods up until the 30th of May. So for the next couple of weeks, we're actually, right now, we're sitting the mocks. So we're kind of learning what it is that we actually need to brush up on in preparation for the exams between the 21st of April to the 14th of May. We're also going to be dealing with, because it's in Taurus, we're going to be dealing with savings, right? It's the second house in astrology. So we're going to be dealing with saving, which also has to do with lending and borrowing. So it's about, some people are saying to me, oh, like, I'm up to date with my debts. Okay, so where are you borrowing time? Where are certain situations where you know that you were supposed to be doing certain things that you haven't necessarily done, and you are basically living on borrowed time because technically you owe assignment upon assignment upon assignment? Guilty. That would be me. Okay, your girl over here. I'm late, backdated. Cat done ate my homework at least a million times. God ain't taking that excuse no more. So I'm gonna have to be out here in these YouTube streets. You see me and Chaley having conversations. I'm like, okay, who wants to do this? Who wants to do that? No time for that. And it's not because God isn't being gentle with you. It's that, honestly, we're not being gentle enough with ourselves by actually running into this healing. Okay, because we say we don't want to be broken any longer, but are we really willing to do what it takes to actually be healed? The healing process requires being in the heart hospital for a while. It also requires being able to shift your neurological patterns. It also means understanding, okay, how did I get into contracts with this demon? Because a lot of the times, we don't know how we get into these contracts. You know what I mean? We just know the feeling that we feel, which is the aftermath. But really, that feeling is there. We need to understand the why, because what God doesn't want us to do is keep making the same decisions over and over and over again, hurting and harming ourselves. Obviously, he's, a doting dad. Like I say he, but you understand what I mean. It's actually a feminine presence manifested in a masculine form as far as how it moves in reality, right? So I say he because that's easier to put it into context, right? But if God was to not necessarily believe in us the way that we don't necessarily believe in ourselves, where the hell would we be, girl? Like that part. Do you see what I'm saying? Because there's so many times where God's like, you got this, and I'm like, no, I don't. No, I don't. When your parents is pushing you to do something and you're like, you're like pushing back, but they're like pushing you, and you're like, no, I don't got it. No, I don't got it. But God believes in you. And what he generally tends to do is like give you the exact situations that's going to help you to optimize said belief, right? Which is going to look like failure along the way because it's supposed to. That's what's going to strengthen your belief in yourself. The more times you fail, the more times your belief system, in terms of the layers of yourself that is not necessarily aligned with believing in full context, right? The more he's going to be able to point out those parts of yourself to yourself so that you can align those parts and pieces of yourself and these fragments of your soul so that you can become whole. And this whole person actually will be able to manifest a life that has already been written in the heavens, just hanging blessings at the minute. So for you, my love, as far as this season, you will be navigating through picking up the barriers of your 9 of Wands energy that has caused you to be defensive. There's a lot of daggers in your heart that God's going to be picking out during this Mercury retrograde season. Not just this Mercury retrograde season, but I'm letting you know, particularly then, because you're going to feel it, girl. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like Cheney did already put out there, like healing hurts. Like just as much pain as it took to actually like take the impact of those daggers to your heart, that's as much pain as it's also going to take to remove those daggers, in all honesty. And then you actually have to go through the healing process of bleeding out for a little period so that you can actually go to a resting state. May actually leave you feeling comatized, I'm not gonna lie, because the neurological shifts in your belief system that has to happen. It's going to be one of those types of situations, right? Shaylee, that's fine, my love. We've got Neptune going retrograde later this year, so you may need to pay for the implications of that later on this year, but just take that into consideration, okay? But yes, thank you, Natalia. Thank you, because we don't went to church, y'all. Miss Easter, that was good. Thank you for the question as well, because it really allowed me to dive into some stuff there. But yeah, God's going to be doing the most. Enjoy it though. Enjoy it. It's actually going to be like good on the other side of it. I want to say around about August, you'll really feel the benefits of all the work that's going to be getting done between now and then. Okay. It's okay, beautiful. It's okay. I only gave you the heads up there because obviously it's going retrograde in Pisces. So that part. Yeah. So Katie, your question now, Katie, just to go to your question. Oh, I need to wet my throat. They're like, yeah. Okay. So, what new things are coming in love now that I closed old doors? Good for you. I know I felt like I wanted to grab a snack, but after Katie, I've got Chrissy left, and then I'm kind of like good to go as well, I think. Yeah. The lessons, Natalia said the lessons, trust me, girl. The lessons. Do you know what? The lessons are the pinnacle actually of the blessings, because it's like just at the precipice before the blessings actually sort of like ground. You know what I mean? So don't worry. The lessons are there to let you know our blessings coming any minute now. That's all that is. But it's mostly sort of delayed blessings that are coming through usually when lessons come through first. Not necessarily like, the now blessings that you're kind of like, oh, but I meant the stuff that I prayed for yesterday, God, I want that today. That stuff. We usually get delayed blessings when we go through lessons, but good to know that you're still here, Chrissy. Hey Maggie, you just dived straight in. You threw me off, girl. The list is actually closed, my love, for the night. I'm sorry, beautiful. Unfortunately, I'm actually trying to wrap up shop. It's like almost 1:30 in the morning. And yeah, it's Easter. Sorry. Maybe tune in next week, though. I'm going to be doing like more lives, I guess. As of next week, I'm going to be getting better at my assignments. That part. Okay. So What new things are coming in love? Let's do these cards. It's a sad, sad day. Oh, what new things are coming in love? Nah, girl, you good. What new things are coming in love now that I closed old doors? So Katie wants to know what new things are coming in love now that she's kind of closed out old chapters. You know, she ain't letting those cords hang out there anymore. She's cleaning up her room. Okay, she's cleaning up her romance classroom and making sure that everything is copacetic to the environment that she wants to manifest for her reality. So, what are the new things sort of coming in love for Katie now that the space has been cleared? Oh, thank you, Maggie. Tune in next time. Yeah, like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. That way you can be kept in the know of obviously when I do go live if YouTube decides to actually give you that information. But join me, okay? Again, guys, clarify for me. I want to be able to put this into context for Katie. New things coming in, love, now that the door of the old chapters are closed. Thank you. Oh, and it's a one card wonder. Oh, interesting. Oh. Oh. Sorry. Katie, are you still in the room, beautiful? Because I need to have dialogue with you about this dynamic that they've given me on the cards. Are you still here, Katie? Sorry, it's still tickling me. It's still tickling me. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So, what they said is coming up for you as far as like new in the love space is confusion as to why you're still not taken. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh, but honestly, like that's how it's coming up on the cards. It seems to be a little bit of confusion as to like why am I still sort of like experiencing like this Five of Pentacles energy where it feels like, you know, isolation. It feels like being casted out in the cold. It feels like, you know, confusion about why it's almost kind of like triggering some sense of insecurity as well. Like, why am I being casted out in the cold? What is it with me? Why is it, what's the problem? You know what I mean? And you may have a tendency to overthink this situation as well. So this is why they're actually sort of like taking me through this. And this is going to be interesting for you during the Mercury retrograde as well, right? Because as you're sort of like navigating through the process, it's like there's this constant repetitive like cycle that you seem to be on neurologically speaking where it just keeps going. It keeps going and going and going. You have to be mindful of what tangent you allow your mind to go into when it comes to these dialogues, when it comes to relationship space for you, my love, because they're saying that that confusion can also become very overloading in terms of like processing that. And when I say that confusion, because you're questioning yourself, oh, but I'm able to do this, I'm a good you know, I'm a good lover here as far as like my ability to be attentive, my ability to be caring, my ability to be intuitive and, you know, cater to my partner's needs intuitively by being able to read the room and understand how to be able to kind of show up in a situation. I'm willing to do this and I'm willing to do that. Like, why is the value not necessarily seen within myself with the situation, right? Again, perfect class for Mercury retrograde coming up. So just be mindful of the tweaking of those thoughts. This would be a great opportunity as well during this Mercury retrograde, because obviously once Mercury goes direct, sorry, I'm like literally talking so fast because I'm like trying to keep the channel. Hey, Jao. We're finito. We're close. up for the space for the night, but you can tune in next week. I'm usually here every week when I can be, if I'm not getting demonically attacked. But I'm usually here, so tune in next week and we can chop it up. Okay, but thank you so much. Yeah, the situation is potentially going to leave you like overthinking in a way where it may become toxic to yourself as well. And it will actually, again, that thought process and pattern continues to, so now that thought process and pattern activates the law of repulsion, right? So now you're not manifesting from the law of attraction towards what it is that you want. You're manifesting away from the very thing that you want based on this thought process and this pattern. So you need to be managing that little demon right there, right? So this demon is basically feeding off your insecurity. And this is going to be a great opportunity for you to be able to kind of like optimize it as you're navigating through this process, right? But how do you see what will be the result of this situation? Let's say by October. I have to say October because I saw April being a leap to October. They say when I looked at April, not April, August, they were like, no. They said October. So where do you see the situation in terms of romance for Katie by October? Oh, interesting. So where do you see the situation for Kate? Okay, thank you. Okay. Interesting. Ivan, 1993. You can do. I was actually shutting up shop. You can do. I do have Chrissy to go. And they're actually due to go next after I finish up this reading. So you would actually come after Chrissy, and then I'd close out the space. Okay, because Chrissy's been waiting for quite some time as well. Are you still in the room as well, Chrissy? Let me know once you've sent it. I'll check in on the Cash App as well. But as far as the situation, so tuning, good, Chrissy. Thank you for confirming. Good stuff, Ivan. Thank you for letting me know as well. So in terms of the situation for yourself, in terms of where this situation will be for you by October, Katie, so the way that I'm seeing the situation is that there's a lot of temptation that's actually present by around about October. And when I say temptation, you're basically going to have options that are going to be somewhat presenting themselves, but they're not really options, right? So when I say that they're not really options, is that you're going to have to be mindful of not basically being too idealistic, but also being able to kind of like hold your own when it comes to having your standards, right? But you also have to like really try not to be too idealistic, babe. Like being like, sister to sister here. Because they're saying to me the undertone of the situation as far as like these options and why they pan out the way that they do is because of an idealistic viewpoint on the situation. And perhaps not necessarily actually having a focus or a actual like ambition in terms of like where you actually want to be able to see the situation per se. I think some of the stuff may be fluff, for lack of a better way of putting it, because that's how they're giving it to me. Some of the stuff that you think that you want may just be fluff, and that's also another reason why the options that are starting to come through by then will also, again, it's like you're going through, like in the supermarket, how they're like, it's like that. Okay, the options come through, but it's like, okay, you're scanning them through and scanning them through the conveyor belt, and nothing's kind of like, oh, I like this, I'm gonna take this home for me. Put it in your bag. So there's a whole situation in that type of dynamic as well, but you do learn from the process of that. You do kind of like go through the process of looking to see what it is that you do actually want. And I do think that you do also as well at that point, some of those options are also like distractions for you in other areas as well, right? So there's that part with the situation. So you have to be mindful where you're basically like engaging with people just out of boredom or loneliness, pretty much, because it's not going to end well. That's an unhealthy place to already start an attachment with someone. Oh, I want to be with someone because I don't want to be alone. Well, I mean, that person is more than likely going to leave you alone. It's just going to take them some time to do that. First, they have to come in, allow you to get deeply attached enough before they can leave, so that that wound can continue to flare up, because that's the wound that you actually manifested that person from in the first place, that part, right? So just be cognizant of that. No worries, Ivan. I will check it for you. Bear with me. I'm just going to close out the space, right? Big happy changes coming for you. Okay. What was that? What was that one, Chaley? So big happy changes are coming for you in terms of the romance situation, right? In terms of romance class, you can expect some big happy changes sort of coming. It's just going to take some time in terms of a turnaround in your current situation and dynamic. So again, with what I've just said, the analogy that I just gave, I have huge abandonment issues. See, this is my situation myself as well. So you kind of have to be mindful of what wound is manifesting that person into your experience as well. And it's not even necessarily that it's just that wound. You might have a very genuine intention to be able to manifest a very healthy situation as far as your love life, but unfortunately, your fear of being abandoned manifests away from exactly what it is that you're actually trying to do in the situation. So again, we just have to be mindful how we're navigating the space during the course of the next few months, because basically the universe is giving you an opportunity to actually ask you, well, are you even aligned with the things that you're saying that you want in a partner? Because do you really have the capacity to like lay your ego to the side when it comes to certain situations that's actually going to require for you to submit and actually say that you're wrong even when you're right sometimes, just because that other person needs that, security blanket of feeling like they're being rest assured. I've got the donation, Ivan, so you can hang around. I'm going to do Chrissy next, and then I'll come to your question. Okay, my love? But yeah, it's one of those situations. Thank you, Chrissy. I'm literally going to unpack the situation for you. But I wanted to say, just closing out the space for you, Katie, there are big happy changes coming. But I think that change is actually starting internally. I think that God is basically working on your intrinsic motivations for what you feel are your intentions when it comes to romance. So that, I guess, the extrinsic calling, so the external motivations, like the surface stuff, like the physical attraction, the sense of humor, like just the basics, basically. Lately, I've been healing. I cut out. Good for you, beautiful. Good for you. And God's going to take you deeper into that healing. Don't question too much about this like Five of Pentacles energy, where it's like feeling like you're being casted out in the cold. You're in isolation. Why are you in isolation? Because you're in heart hospital, my love. God is purging from you the poison that has been bled into you that you haven't bled out just yet. So it's going to take some time, and for that time you actually need to be in isolation. You actually need to be, it's like when you go to any hospital, you don't see the person, like you have visiting hours. Do you understand? You have visiting hours. You don't get to have like be around people constantly all the time, because you need treatment. And that's what's happening with the dynamic, right? Um, hey Joe, unfortunately, we're finished up with the free readings. Chrissy's the last person on the list, and I'm actually about to dive into her reading at the minute, and then we're actually shutting up shop as well. I've got Ivan's donation for his reading, and then we'll be closing out the space with him. Unfortunately, I've been in here for almost 4 hours, so my channels are getting weary. Okay, but tune in next week. Homegirl might be in here like a couple times next week, so you might get an opportunity, one of the two. If you subscribe and hit the notification bell, you should be notified like when I do actually go live, because I actually like pre submit my streaming like so that you guys can actually get yourselves together, make the list and everything like that. So get with our little rhythm. Okay, beautiful. But next time. But yes, back to your space, Katie. I hope that that was useful for you, because it seems as though you too, my love. I hope you have a wonderful night yourself as well. Right? You've got the big happy changes coming, Katie, but it's like I said, it's more of an internal change that is actually going to start to manifest externally. And you're going to have to really be mindful, really be mindful of how, you know, the psyche is actually working against you, or how your demon may be using your psyche against you, for lack of a better way of putting it, to be fair. But yeah. Is what's it? Is the suicide demon out in the streets at the minute? I did actually experience you know, that's okay, Katie. Thank you, my love. I appreciate you. I experienced him coming to like give me silent whispers the other day, but I'm like, dude, it's not even that serious. Chill out. Like like damn. Like, can you at least like come back to me for something big and major? Like, this is like really small. Like, it's a little bit insulting that you're actually asking me to top myself on the basis of this, but okay, you know. But I hear you. I hear you, beautiful. He's definitely out here in these streets, like really trying to entice and encourage people to unlive themselves. Yeah, definitely out here in these streets at the minute as well, because depression central is actually lifting at the minute, because we've come out of winter season. The winter blues no longer has a hold in the same way. Who is coming towards me in love? Single. Okay. I'm going to pull some cards. The who question tends to be a little bit tricky with my guides. I'm not going to lie. They're very particular about what information they share or how they share the information, but I'm going to try and get as much information as I can for you, girl. Because, yeah, some of the stuff has to play out, and they, yeah, very much about enforcing the stuff that needs to play out. Freedom of speech, my ass. Exactly. Next thing you know, they'll actually be saying you can't say things like, you know, entities, demons, all of these types of things. The censoring gets more and more and more. Like, you literally won't be able to explain or describe what's going on in life. But that might not be a bad thing, because people actually don't have healthy boundaries with social media and themselves. So that might not be a bad thing, actually. Just thought about that. Archangel Samuel, can I get some assistance, please? I'm looking for Chrissy. Thank you. Let me unpin this one and pin this one instead. There we go. Who is coming towards Chrissy in romance class? Interesting. Someone who presents undelivered promises. Sorry, we're gonna dive into the midst of it. They're coming in basically with Paige. Was it Paige? Oh wow, it's still there as well at the bottom. Yeah, Page of Swords energy. So a little bit immature in their ability to be able to take action, but they have the thought process. So they're optimized on the mental level. They can, you know, be able to speak the words or whatever, but their actions aren't necessarily aligned. So some undelivered promises or talking no action. So let's put it into context, guys. Let's break it down. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, Okay. Mm. Sorry. Let me receive the download so I can feed it back to you, beautiful. And then we'll go to Ivan and close out this space. Ivan. Um, can I ask you a question, Chrissy? How long have you been single? Because they're giving me a timeline and I need to understand the context of things. So, how long have you been single, firstly? Hmm. Sorry. I'm waiting for Chrissy to never been in a relationship. Okay. It's going to take some more time to get into a relationship. So, basically, the reason why I asked that is because they pretty much said to me, as far as an actual relationship experience, there's still a little bit of a road ahead with that. But when it happens, it actually happens in the most beautiful way, in a Ten of Pentacles sort of like vibe, which is all about like family and actually being able to become an established family. You've got 3 years, beautiful. I'm sorry. They said 3 years, like actually 3 years to be able to kind of like go through a little bit of giving up and overwhelmed to give up before you actually get to that place of like finding your person. So there's still, I guess, a little bit of a road ahead. Um, I think you kind of have to navigate through this regretful but necessary sort of like rite of passage for yourself. This is, that six of swords energy where you kind of have to take everything that you're learning and everything that you're learning throughout the process of this time where you're having your single experiences. It's preparing you for your commitment that is to come, because when that commitment comes 3 years from now, right? um it is going to be something that's going to be, like all of the aspects of self coming together, like literally you pulling in all of your resources, because that's what it's actually going to require for you to navigate that space once you manifest it for yourself, right? And what I'm seeing is that you are kind of like, you also have to go through a process of recovering from not being so stuck in the past on certain things, or recovering from not being realistic. Because sometimes I think that there may also be a tendency to be a little bit unrealistic when it comes to certain things of romance class. And I think that God is trying to help you to kind of like identify some of those qualities as well within the situation beforehand, because the reality of what you're going to experience, I think God's like low-key trying to give you a little bit of a reality check as well. Because this downtime that you're having, I think once you actually get into that experience, it's not what it's cracked out to be, and it's not exactly what you actually thought that it was going to be as far as that whole experience. So I think right now God's actually giving you an opportunity, because when it happens 3 years from now, you're actually going to find yourself very quickly, like everything just happens so quickly, because again, this will be a case of the delayed blessings, because he'd been giving you lessons along the way, right? We spoke about this. You feel me, Chrissy? Right? So yeah, it's maybe I should know. It's not a case of maybe you should be alone. I know it feels that way, right? Hey, Egyptian famous, the list is closed. Tune in next week, my love. And we're going live twice next week, so maybe you can catch one of those free lists. The donation list is actually still closed as well, because I've got one more person that I'm looking forward to actually being able to shut down my channels for the night and just get back to solely Shakima. But hopefully we can see you in the coming weeks. Okay, my love? Thank you. Appreciate you. So yeah, it's not alone. It's isolation. It's different. It's different. It's different. I say this. Um, I say this because I actually like isolation. Isolation time is actually one of my favorite times to be like, oh, yes. And then I have like, at least I don't have to like make up excuses not to see people because I'm like, look, God has got me in detention at the minute. I did some stuff and I need to be able to kind of like, learn or purge. So I'm here. Nothing I can do about that. I'm in isolation class. You can't visit me. There's no visiting hours. So that's how I feel personally. But I get that in isolation class, when it's a constant, it can get to that place of feeling like loneliness. We do need visiting hours, right? Even when we're going through that process of isolation. So I do get you, but I think it's not a case that maybe you should be alone. It's just technically you have to be alone for right now. And that's what's going to best serve you for where you're about to get to. Because once you get into it, not to say that there's no getting out of it, but it's very intense. It's a lot and it's very quick, basically. So, but it happens within the next 3 years. So I see something. Ideally, I initially sort of like saw 3 years, but I think that that's when the relationship situation develops. I think that there's a meeting of this particular person, 2 years and 9 months, basically. In is there nobody comes towards me? The person that is going to come towards you to actually like become a thing is about 2 years and 9 months away. So that's the best that I can give it to you, beautiful. They're about 2 years and 9 months away. But that gives you time to prepare for them, right? That's the beauty of that situation. Right. What do we have in terms of Sorry, did you see how I quickly tried to like skim over that one there? I was like waiting for a response, but then your feedback did tickle me. Heavens, yes, beautiful. Heavens, yes. Won't he do it? Show me what is the overall advice for Chrissy in terms of the situation. Thank you. If you believe, it's all in reverse, actually. You don't have to believe. It's not a no, and you don't have to believe. It's more a case of listening to your intuition. This is a time sensitive situation, and it's more a case of perfect timing, more so than anything else. And it's more also a case of like when the stars align for that. I don't want to say ideal love, but that compatible dynamic that is really able to kind of like move in the direction that you want, right? You'll be able to kind of like choose a new direction from all of these unlikely events that you're kind of navigating through. Because a lot of the people that keep sort of like, I guess, being pulled into your orbit, or they might be sort of like, sense some layers of wounds, and you're actually being protected from that. So lucky you. I know it probably doesn't feel like that at the minute with all this like isolation talk and the feelings of loneliness behind it, but like your guys are actually protecting you from a lot of demons that could very, very easily feed off you in this type of climate. So be grateful for your isolation actually, because you could be in so many more contracts about right about now with the dynamics that you're kind of like navigating through for the most part. But they are saying, just be assertive. It's not necessarily something that's solely up to you. This person also needs to go through their developmental process as well, because when they come, they are ready to be husband. They are ready to actually like commit. They are ready to actually go the full yard. So when that person comes in, it's not an if, buts, or maybe. It's okay, when, where, and how. That type of conversation. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the advice on the situation. A year from now is not necessarily the right time. Yes, there isn't necessarily anything better than what God has in store for you, but the right people are still being orchestrated to be able to align everything perfectly as it needs to, right? Hey, Star Love Angel. Unfortunately, we've actually shut up shop for the night. I'm about to do my final reading for the night, which is going to be the lovely, lovely Ivan. Ivan, my main man in the chat. You're actually the only guy in the chat at the minute. Thank you, Style of Angel. Maybe next year. Next week. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why your girl needs to get off air. Okay, quickly. I need to get off. What's your question, Ivan? Hit me. Hit me with it. I know, right? I'm like, damn, next year. Do you know what I mean? This year's barely just started. We've just got into the new astrological year. Dang. That's funny. Thank you, Star of Angel. That tickled me. It shows me that my mind is like, in the abstract realms of thought. Oh, dude, that's too funny. That's hilarious. Okay. Did my coworker Samantha act indifferent in a grouchy mood when she came to my register today at work? I'm a cashier at the minute. Okay. Oh, why did? Okay, I was gonna say, you sure that's the question, Ivan? Okay, so guys, Sam popped up at Ivan's counter today. Ivan's a cashier. Sam popped up at the counter, and there was like the energy was off. There was a little bit of attitude in the, physiology. She was like projecting some of that. We want to understand what's behind the attitude. There was a little bit of a mood. That part, right? That part, exactly, Ivan. What was behind the mood? Talk to us about that. Like, what was going on with Sam's energy? Yeah, it was a bit of an attitude because it's like a little, I don't know how to explain it's like a defensive sort of energy, but she's not necessarily being attacked or anything like that. So it had to have been something from the outside. So yeah. Okay. Let's see. What was going on with Samantha when it came to that attitude and that mood, because that is off for their usual dynamic. So what was going on with Sam? Why did she sort of react like that in this space with Ivan? He hasn't done anything. Ivan's just trying to live his best life. He's just come to do his day job, and she's just projecting all this attitude. Why? As clearly as you can, please. Okay, thank you. Interesting. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm like receiving the download, Ivan. I'm about to clarify the tarot so I can like really put it into perspective for you. We got to make it make sense, right? Make sure that the math is mathing. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So clarify this and put it into context for me then. Oh, wow. Interesting. Well, okay, so we'll start with these. Sorry, I'm going to make some room. You guys know how this works by now. Gotta make some room on the table. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. That's why I thought to come to this deck to clarify. Okay. Oh, snap. Not bad. I missed one. Sorry. Okay. Let's get them all in there so I can see the full story. And then, oh no, this was over here because this was a sidebar situation. And then this. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. 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 And why is this situation in existence? Okay. Because of what? Okay. Okay. And what type of dynamic was causing this situation? Okay. 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 So, and I had to just clarify as well, just to kind of like, that's why I had to have like a whole other dialogue going on. So, from what the tarot was showing me with the situation, Sam's actually going through a little bit of a major shift at the minute. She's going through a major arcana moment. She's got a star, sort of like in the past position. So she's already going through a process of like pretty much really trying to find the source of her light within herself. So she's basically already been activated coming into the space with you today, right? And I think that there's a lack of closure when it comes to a two things. I think that there's a lack of closure when it comes to a particular situation with an individual, where I think it's some sort of caring connection. So it was a loved one, and then there was also a money concern within the setting of those two dynamics with the situation, right? And I think what you got was basically what you experienced was anxiety masked as anger, projecting as aggression. Does that make sense? Because really there was a level of anxiety about, there's a little bit of, not even was, there still is a little bit of a situation to do with financial concern. um, and there's also the added pressure, because I was seeing that basically there's this heart of hers has been breaking for several months now, due to the process of certain things. The money class or the finance class has been particularly challenging, in terms of like triggering certain stresses within the environment. Um, and as she's kind of like been going on that journey as well within some sort of romantic, I'm forced to say romantic, but I don't know if it's all the way in just a romantic capacity, because I'm also sensing it in a caring dynamic as well. So it may be sort of like loved one, or family dynamic as well, where she was navigating and has been navigating through like having to be able to kind of like vocalize so that she can free herself from the captivity of other people's, oh, this is what you need to be doing, this basically there's been a lot of people tugging at her energy, and it is depleting her and has depleted her psyche, right, to the point where she's reevaluating her attachments with people. So she was pretty short with you, because she in general is actually going through a little bit of a withdrawal from people. So now, as she's going through that withdrawal from people, she's actually pushing people away. and is forcing people out just because there is a frustration in terms of this dynamic that is pulling at her energy from all of these different angles, right? Now, the undertone of this situation as well, another layer of this that they sort of like put across to me is that because so there's so many things that's going on. She's going through like major activations at the minute. Throat chakra is on point, right? And that's where she's actually at her best at the minute in terms of the throat chakra, right? But it's also imbalanced because it's not necessarily being able to negate the situation in a healthy format. But that's because the heart chakra is imbalanced. The heart chakra is off. She's processing a little bit of heartbreak and reevaluating her attachments. And the undertone of this is actually impacting the sacral chakra, which is the chakra that allows for the, you know, the creating and the creativity, and also just the actual you know, the enthusiasm for life in itself. Because when your sacral chakra is off, like the enthusiasm for life is literally like on, I want to say on a scale of 1 to 10 it's like a 3.2, right? Like the enthusiasm is like down those levels, like 3.2 and below, basically all the way down to 0. So I feel like with these situations that are kind of showing up in the space, it's forcing her to be a little bit hostile because her sacral chakra like is blocked at the minute. She's experiencing creative blockages, which is actually causing her to be a little bit hostile, unfortunately, right? Because she's navigating through these anxieties, this moon, goddess moon energy. She's actually learning how to manage her emotions. And at the minute, because she's experiencing some creative blockages in terms of, like I said, finance class seems to be particularly difficult. And I think she's just recently experienced some heartbreak when it comes to loved one, I think a family member, as well as some sort of dynamic in terms of romance class that has been triggering for her as far as anxiety, right? And I think that that's actually what's caused a little bit of this abusive experience that you kind of like had. And I know maybe that might feel like a bit of a stretch, but it's like abuse of the tongue. Do you know what I mean? Like energy can be abusive too. Like I've experienced it myself. I've literally seen like how other people's energy can offend me, but also how my energy can offend other people as well without even meaning to. And I have to own that shit because it's mine, right? She's only been mean to me though. She's nice to my best friend coworker. Yeah, she's going through a lot, I guess. Is your best friend male or female? And I'm assuming you're male, right? Ivan's a male name. So I want to sort of like get the context. And have you guys had anything go down in the workplace? Okay, I wanted to clarify that situation because I was actually going to say she may be navigating through some man-hating vibes from her actual situation. Like sometimes that happens, like it's misplaced energy, unfortunately. But because the romance area as well is a little bit cloudy and she's navigating through whether or not she actually wants, no, I'm saying because you're male, she may be actually navigating through some man hating sort of vibe at the minute, and that man hating spirit was actually the attitude that you got where it was projected at you because you just so happen to be male, pretty much. So I guess she's defining boundaries within herself to really be able to understand where those things are warranted and where it's probably not the best thing. But I think she's navigating through some stuff within her own space and situation that is crossing over. Like I said, I feel like the romance class, navigating through some heartbreak in that space and navigating through some disappointments in terms of family dynamics as well. And even in that space, I feel like it's a masculine energy or a masculine format in terms of the dynamic that she's playing out. So that's probably why you got that energy. It's not necessarily her wanting to basically be a bitch, unfortunately, but it's just unfortunately, you know, her man hating spirit is feeling a little bit bitchy towards men. It happens. Sorry, Ivan. On behalf of the divine feminines in the collective. But I hope that that was useful for you. What's the advice to Ivan in navigating this space then with Sam? What do you guys advise he does? What do you guys advise he does? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Like in the dynamic that you guys are sort of like navigating through, they're saying that it's up to you, you know, in terms of the dynamics within this space, because you're the only person that is I just finished the breakfast shift, damn girl, and I'm still here, right? This is what happens. Sometimes I can't even cope. But yeah, like don't stop doing what you're doing. In sort of under a year from now, if you keep meditating on the answers and communicating clearly, trusting the process, things won't necessarily improve per se, but it does get better where you start to accept. And when I say things don't necessarily improve, I think in terms of her stuff that she's navigating through, she's still going to have to navigate through those issues per se, and she's also still going to have to work through learning how to optimize her emotional management, right? And as she goes through the process of that, you'll be able to kind of like temper and see how to navigate through her outbursts that may sort of be unexpected at times, pretty much. Okay, this is a very volatile year for her. I'm going to say that this is a very volatile year for her. She's going to, the universe is going to literally pull this current version of her completely apart. Like that's how they're showing me, like she's being completely pulled apart, genetically speaking, and re-put together. So she's going to be having a mess of a year. Okay, that part. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you though. Oh, dang. And love Nikki, beautiful. I was wondering why my phone kept like vibrating. I'm like, why is it vibrating? Why is it vibrating? What's going on? I said I'm gonna check it like after I finish the reading. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ivan, for stopping in and chopping it up with us. I appreciate your question. Um and lovely, what's it? Love Nikki. Uh tied me into a little bit longer here. I guess, yeah, with a cat. Oh, okay, love Nikki. How many questions are we doing? How many questions are we doing? Right? And if so, if we're gonna be doing quite a few questions, homegirl gonna need like a second to just collect myself. Okay. Okay, guys, listen. If you want to donate, Pearl, listen. I'm gonna go and I'm going to take a second. I need to regroup. I need to sort of like collect myself, I guess. Back into presence. And I'm gonna grab a snack. It's not. No, I did. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. Love Nikki. Like, how many questions do we have? Because I see you did donate for like 3. But that's cool. I'm gonna pop to the loo, okay, because I've been here for a minute. Okay. I know, Chaley, right? Dang, this is why I'm saying that. This is why the guides have said to me that I need to kind of like start cutting this up into like 2 segments, basically in the week, because he's like, they're letting me know that there's basically more need for my service, pretty much, basically. So I'm gonna have to get used to working long day. You know how it goes, Shirley, unfortunately. But I am gonna go and use the loo, because they did say to me, listen, go use the loo. Like you kind of said to me earlier about the snacks, because I thought I was going to be finished. I'm not gonna meet it with resistance anymore. Okay. I'm gonna go and use the loo. It's all good. I will tell you what, Pearl. I'm going to finish up, because Nikki's going to have like 3 questions for me, and that's, I'm going to need to unpack all of that. So I think after I finish that space, I'll kind of like see and check in where my mind space is at. And also, I need my robe. I literally live in my house gown, like my robe. And it's a little bit chilly in here. It's not because I literally have my heater right there, but I'm used to the warmth of my actual my house gown because the like I feel like I'm being cuddled by a bear, which who doesn't want to be cuddled by a bear? You know, but I'm gonna go to the loo. That part actually, I'm gonna go to the loo and I'm gonna grab a snack and I'm gonna come back and we're gonna finish chopping it up, guys. Okay, because they have already let me know that I need to get better. Otherwise, I'm gonna get more work. That part, as if my lazy personality isn't going ham enough. That part. All right, guys, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Now, let's get back to business. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, God. Yes. That's good, guys. Okay. So we have Kayla at Shady. Hey, love. By chance, did you do my reading? I did do your reading. It was at 3 hours and 1 minute. If you're still in the chat, Shady. You can start throwing your questions out there. What's your name? Love Nikki. That was it. I had to decide what snack I was going to have, guys. Sorry if I took a minute. Oh, you didn't see Kayla's question? Yeah, she was asking about her. It was 3 hours, 1 minute, right? I think so. Oh, it's here. I've got it down up my legs. So I've got like these are leggings that I've designed. They're not like out, they're actually on the store, but I've just got these on and I'm a bit chilly. So it was like, whoa, what is going on in here? You're good to take lots of minutes. Listen, trust me. Trust me. I might need to. Okay. Oh. Right. So. Oh. We're going to go and dive into it. So we're going to ask, how did Manny feel about the intimate moment that him and Love Nikki shared? How did Manny feel about their intimate moment? Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. He was conflicted, beautiful. He was conflicted. He was dealing with some inner conflicts at the time. But the cards are here, so we're going to sort of like unpack it, right? Interesting. Okay. Clarify for me. Sorry. I want to sort of put it into context. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So he was feeling conflicted about the situation. Internally, he was actually sort of like battling whether or not it was actually the right decision for him to kind of like do at the time. I think he was actually feeling like this was like a wish fulfillment for him. I think he feels like this was something that he was actually genuinely happy to kind of like have happen, but the timing of everything, I guess, made him kind of like second guess and question what he was doing. I think we spoke about, like, I think it was yourself, if I'm not mistaken, where we spoke about the item that you need to discuss with him about that item and what that actually, the story behind that entails. But I think he feels as though his wishes were fulfilled in the sense that he didn't necessarily have to make a commitment per se. But he also feels as though Yeah, but he also feels as though he's going to have to pay for the like the justice of that situation, right? That's going to come. So that basically throughout the process, as much as he was coming to you like the Knight of Cups in his energy initially, by the time you guys actually experienced that moment together, like it got to a place where now he's created situations of jealousy that he feels like he's actually going to be haunted by. And it's one of the things where he's navigating through healing some family issues in terms of this dynamic that he's actually sort of dealing with. There's a true love dynamic here, or a path of true love dynamic that he's navigating through, but I don't necessarily say that that dynamic is negating to you per se. I think with the layers, I guess, because I feel like I sense that there's someone else in this space with this situation, and this situation is kind of like a testing. Well, him going into the situation with you now interrupted the space of jealousy because he knows that he's going to have to navigate through the situation with whatever other counterpart is actually a part of this dynamic as well. He did feel, for the most part, like you guys are continuing to get to know each other as you kind of like are both looking for this experience of finding love, right? He was happy that he didn't necessarily have to like commit to the situation to actually get to that place with you. I'll say that much. He was happy about that. He was satisfied about that aspect of the situation because he couldn't have given you like a full-on commitment if that's what it was going to require for him to be able to get to that place of intimacy with you. So he was happy about that aspect of it, but what came along with that decision as far as the jealousy on the other end, he wasn't necessarily looking forward to that aspect of the situation. I do think as well that it has kind of like it's now put a cycle of events in motion at the minute, to be fair, because this justice card, let me clarify. Okay. The door to personal healing and happiness is a journey. That's what the justice card is speaking about. We're going to put it into context. Clarify that one for me. Door to personal healing and happiness. Okay. Communication, speaking up, speaking out, and not necessarily taking that path, and not taking the path to speak up, speak out. Okay. Alternative possibilities, not seeing any way out, and there being a lack of closure, releasing indecision. This is going to be an interesting, like that shifted and changed everything for you guys in terms of the grand scheme of things, as far as putting everything into context for you, to be fair. What's your next question, my love? What's your next question? Does he view me as a person? I just felt the need to mention we have a 7-year age gap. I'm younger, legal, of course. Okay, thank you. All good, beautiful. Okay, so the question is, how does he view you as a person? Why do I keep missing the start of these sentences? What is going on with my vision? Oh, well, my vision's being utilized in both realms, so it's a little bit tricky. Okay, so um, how does he view her as a person? Mhm. He thinks you're a baddie. He thinks you're a baddie. Beyond that, though, we want to dive deeper into the situation, right? Um, how did? Oh wow! Damn! Oh really, guys? I don't have space for all of that. I don't have space for all these cards, guys. You guys couldn't have made it anything than that. How am I supposed to do this? Come on, guys. Don't laugh at me, love Nikki. I'm like, no space. What am I supposed to do? How's this supposed to work? Okay. That. Okay. So, how does he view her as a person? Interesting. So, sorry, I'm like receiving all the feedback because there's a lot of cards here. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I'm like receiving the feedback firstly. This is very interesting. This is very telling. Okay. So I'm going to break it down to you because there was a lot going on. It's a whole story. So just off the cusp, I think that, again, I'm going to tell you the story. On the surface, there's kind of like this sort of observation that you do have a little bit of a tendency to maybe be a little bit emotionally volatile sometimes, which I think there's a concern to some degree about. And I think that he tends to be emotionally manipulative because of that. And I think he kind of like views it as some sort of like, what does that mean? Okay, thank you for the question. So what do I mean by that? So perfect example. You know how you kind of like easily manipulated. It's not necessarily that you're easily manipulated, it's that you can be emotionally volatile. So what that means is that it's kind of like how he doesn't know when you ask him about the thing in the home, and then he just kind of like deflected and kind of went on to a different conversation. Basically, that's emotional manipulation on a smaller scale, in terms of basically being dismissive of exactly what you were actually speaking about and deflecting onto something else. So that's what I mean. And the emotional volatility, it's like he doesn't know like how you may respond to his response to questions that you're actually asking. So his perception on the situation is that there's some concerns about maturity, right? There's some concerns about maturity because I think that there's a perception of this page of Cups energy, which has a tendency to be a bit of a messenger, but again, it's about how the information is delivered, right? So it's like, how can I put it? It's like we had a another sister in the room, Ash, who was talking about how she told her mind to Sean, I think, the Leo. And it's just one of those things where he had to be able to kind of like receive her delivery and eat that up. But she seemed to be able to deliver it with care, right? Because she was like, I love the way that you blocked me this time. You did better. So, we want to be able to grade each other in these classes that we're navigating through. So I think that he basically perceives that you have a tendency to basically like pick up on information that is very important to him, like information that could potentially make you volatile, which is why he has a tendency to manipulate situations. And the way in which that plays out is a lot of blocked emotion. So what he does see is that he is kind of shutting down certain things, and that's a strategical gameplay in terms of the way that he's navigating situations. And that's something that he is observing, how to even navigate the situation, like what he's able to utilize to be able to distract you, right? He does feel a little bit cautious about it at the same time, because you've got this ability to be able to kind of like pick up on things, right? The high priestess energy, the ability to be able to pick up on things that are seen and unseen. So that does bring him some concerns on how long could he, I guess, maneuver this minefield with you. How long could he do that when you're actually this 9 of Wands energy that is really resilient? That's like, is you're courageous to be able to say what's the situation here, and you'll press on the situation if you need to get the answers that you're looking for. That's going to help you to be able to put closure to a situation and put that situation to rest. And you actually prioritize as well what situations you bring to the forefront up for discussion. So in that respect, he's even more cautious in terms of how long he's going to be able to kind of like keep this dynamic going for, because he does find you to be an intellectual, even with the difference in age. I think that that's something that, I guess, it's something that he utilizes to his advantage to some degree as well. I'm not going to lie, because it's, again, I think the reason why the observation of the Page of Cups energy is coming from this perception of maturity being a factor with the situation. So he may be sort of like utilizing his wisdom, right, to be able to see how to navigate situations, as far as like how to plant seeds in your mind, and how to distract from certain conversations or situations, how to be domineering and controlling, I guess, over situations as they kind of come up and come about. But there's also, because of your ability to be able to intellectualize and be perceptive with situations, there is a little bit of an imbalance that he feels with the situation. Again, it comes back down to he doesn't necessarily know if this could potentially manifest into anything, as far as, Two of Cups energy. It's an imbalance in the dynamic where your mind is a little bit more perceptive than he feels like he has the ability to manipulate, but he's also willing to try. I'll say that much, because what he does is that temperance energy, right? He's kind of like checking the temperature in situations to see what he can get away with to some degree. And I guess the injustices that he's able to kind of, smooth over in situations is going to come down to his inability to like look at himself, because he doesn't want to go there. He doesn't want to have those conversations, and he doesn't want to actually like unmask himself for you, right? And these are some of the things that is causing him a little bit of a shadow experience. Like, it's actually literally like activating shadow side vibes, right? Where he's just being tormented by the thought that this whole situation is currently completely misaligned, because it's not even starting on healthy grounds or terms as well. Because it I'm not going to say that it never could be, but it's a lot more complicated in terms of the lover dynamic with the situation. The love isn't flowing back and forth. The love is more being expressed and experienced as the Ace of Cups in reverse, which is again an energy blockage where the energy isn't able to flow, right? So that is the perception. Like, and he's actually like 10 of swords vibes about the situation. Like he's actually burnt out about like having to keep up with you because like homegirl will not quit. So your relentless tendencies are some of the things that he's concerned about, and whether or not that makes you guys compatible for the level of mind games and manipulation that he's intending to kind of like roll out in the process of this dynamic that you guys are navigating at the minute, right? You can donate, Pearl. I'm actually I'm feeling the flow of the space. There will be like two more questions, I guess, because I'm gonna, yeah, all good, Paul, all good. But I hope that that made sense for you there. I'm gonna pack up all the cards from the other couple of questions as well, right? I am, okay. I am, Katie. I'm about to, after these two questions, the heater. So this is what happens. You see, like how I told you guys, yeah, about the dressing gown. You know, like how some people have their blankets. I have my dressing gown. It's my dressing gown for me. Okay. This is my thing. And I do private readings, Katie. It's on my website actually. I should be like more, you know, promote this and do that. Like that's what the space for YouTube, I guess, is intended for. But I actually just genuinely like coming to hang out with you guys. Like it's not a thing, but I do private readings. Hit me up on Instagram if you're not already on Instagram. The website is also on the channel as well. So you can get that as well. No, you're good, Nikki. I'm gonna check out the question in a second. I'm just gonna make some space because things are a little bit over here, but no. Yeah. I feel like my blanket, it feels like my blanket is about to take me off to bed. Oh, thank you, Chaylee. Look, that's what's up. Oh my God. You guys are going to make me cry. I'm actually having an inside cry. I've been doing a lot of those because I did so much outside crying last week. And I had to optimize my avatar throughout the process of all of those like little outbursts. I'm now doing, yeah, I'm now doing inside cries at the minute, but they're very, very resourceful at this point because there's like little things that are really like touching my heart. So I appreciate that, beautiful, because I come in here and I really am genuine. Like this is why I don't. Okay, I'm not going to use those words over my existence. That's past self. We spoke about this, guys. Okay, I'm reevaluating business with self, but past self. I genuinely like, I just love doing what I do. Like I genuinely have a passion for what I do, and that tends to be like the thing that feeds me, so I forget about like the whole business. That's why I'm going to construct like actual business, and like that's my assignment. God said I need to do better at that because I can. I've like built businesses for people like time and time again, but for myself it's a little bit different, you know what I mean? And I actually just love vibing with you guys, so sometimes I forget, you know. But let's do the last question. Why does he take so long to text back? I've been in delivered for 20 hours, but he's posting on social media. I don't need too much in depth. Okay. I can't help but be in depth, girl. I can't help it, beautiful. Don't worry. I'm going to try my best to keep it as brief, but if they give me like one or two cards, then I can take that. Okay. It depends. It depends. Okay. Why does he take so long, guys? Like, why does he take so long to sort of text back? You're good, beautiful. It's my blankie. My blankie's here, and my heater's on. So it's putting me to bed. This is usually how I go to sleep at night. Like with my yeah. It's a whole thing. It's a vibe. But yeah. Sorry. Let's see. We want to know why he actually takes so long to text homegirl Nikki back, because 20 hours, guys, 20 hours. And he's posting on social media. Thank you. Sorry. All good, beautiful. There you go. What I'm seeing with the situation is interesting, right? Hmm, hmm. Now he's doing this Page of Cups energy. It's actually him projecting his immaturity at you, actually, and making it or making allowances for that type of perception of you because of the age factor. But he's actually the one that's being immature based on how he's navigating the space. But basically he's not necessarily sure whether or not he wants to commit to this connection that you guys are sort of like formatting, right? He's not necessarily motivated. He feels weighed down at the possibility that this may come with responsibilities that he just can't give, like a basic sort of message or communication feedback, something. um he might need to send eagle mail. That might be long enough for him to feel comfortable with, being able to respond. But yeah, it's more sort of him being immature in not being able to actually communicate that as well. Yeah. You wanted it short and sweet. That's it. He's not necessarily sort of like determined to basically like do all the relationship stuff, responsibilities, basically. That's why he doesn't want those labels, I guess. That's why he doesn't want those labels. But yeah, he doesn't necessarily know how to, I guess, have the conversation. He doesn't want anything. Where are you with the situation? Do you want anything serious? Because he's definitely not there. He's not looking to commit to anything anytime soon. Sorry, just had to throw that one out there and answer that question. Oh, you want something serious? Yeah, I don't think he's the man for that one, babe. Yeah. He doesn't see that this as anything too serious, in all honesty. He's not taking it seriously. And I think he has other like options, basically. He's so sweet in person, it's confusing. And he will be, this is the charmer. This is the charmer. This is a part of the aspect of the personality type. He is quite charming and he's supposed to be. Yeah. He's supposed to be. That's how the dynamic is supposed to be as far as like being able to sit the class, right? I do think that he has got some insecurities as well. So I think those are some of the aspects of the situations that it makes it questionable for him whether or not things could actually work with you guys as well. So I think he's more evaluating compatibility issues, pretty much. Pretty much, my love. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you though. Okay. Any guidance for lovely Nikki on how to sort of navigate that space? That's okay, Charlie. That's okay. Same thing that they said last time, I think. Let go and let God. Okay. Within the next Well, so usually when this card pops up, it's like having to do within the next 2 to 2.5 weeks. So you're going to be called to let go and let God with this situation, and it may actually mean a physical letting go because we're going into Mercury retrograde. So there'll be cycles of endings to make way for new beginnings and cycles of old coming back into paths. Okay, so who's Dora and what's she doing? Should you put your earphones back in? I guess so. Oh, thank you, love Nikki. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Sometimes I go off the cusp a little bit, you know how it can be. But yeah, it's one of those things, right? Yeah, we're good to go, pal. I've got that. Yep. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You are good, my love. My heat is off. It goes through like phase where it goes off and then it comes back on and goes off. Yeah, Charlie, what's going on? It's supposed to be does. What the hell is my phone doing? OMG. Oh. Okay, cool. Start throwing your questions out there. Oh, we talking about the reading? No, you're good. You're good. Honestly, like at this stage, they already let me know that I need to start doing more of this stuff. That's why they told me that I need to basically I need to just throw out my lazy personality and stop talking about optimizing her because she's going nowhere fast, basically, is what they've said to me. So, as a punishment, respectfully, this is my punishment. But I already got a forewarning. This is a karmic unfolding of those past decisions. So, it is what it is, girl. I'll take my time for the crime. Comes along with the territory. Okay, so dive in. Yes, you, Paul. Dive in. Give me your first question. No, I'm done. I'm done, Kimoni. We've got 2 more questions from Pearl, and I shall be here next week. A lot more frequently as well, because I didn't know the YouTube streets was really out here like this. You know. Well, I saw Scott and decided to talk to him to smooth things over. It started well. Oh, tune in next week, Kimoni. It started well. He said he understood. He said he understood why I acted that way, but by the end of the convo, he snapped. What is going on with him? My body clock's ticking in. I usually go to bed around about 3 o'clock. It's 2:55. Um, he snapped. Not for 6 hours straight. You are not lazy. Well, we can disagree. We can agree to disagree there with the guys because I'm sure they're gonna. The first thing that they do, I'll roll out my notepads on my phone, and I'll show you downloads from like 2018 that still hasn't come into manifestation because I've detoured due to my lazy personality type. I'm optimizing. I don't feel any type of way with the situation as far as the optimizing, but she needs to go out. She's not doing too well with the optimizing at all. It was when I mentioned that the bully woman will be retiring soon, that's when he snapped. He couldn't handle facts. Okay, so he snaps because that was a trigger. Like, that situation is traumatic for both of you guys, and it's still a pretty fresh wound for both of you guys. Your situation from, having to leave the work, but that situation from him actually not doing what he should have done or could have done to alleviate the situation, actually getting to that place. So why did he snap? He snaps because that was a trigger for both of you. It seemed like we were leaving things on a good note, but then he turned and it became a tower moment. Oh. Hmm. No, I'm not a robot. I'm sleeping in tomorrow, Charlie. It's cool. It's cool. It's not that big of a deal. I'm literally like chilled for the next couple of days. I actually have tomorrow's my only off day before I actually have to go into dealing with the aftermath of the last 4 weeks that I've been navigating in terms of my work environment. Again, can't speak about it because I've got an NDA. But yeah, interesting times. They don't pay attention to you being an actual human, and it irritates the F out of me. No, I do. I can't be the average human. Virgo rising. It's mediocre to do that. I have to be above. So I'm constantly, it's very natural for my state of mind to automatically go to the positives in a situation. So I automatically want to see where there's an opportunity. I've just said to you guys, like, if I have been navigating through my own sort of like challenges and situations and stuff as well with work and stuff. So this is actually like a little bit of a distraction for myself. Once I check out the space, I don't come back into the space. That's why I only did it like once a week, because it got so much. But in order to give myself a lot less of these 5-hour days, I have to start doing 2 segments. Basically, that's why they suggested that. And this is my punishment. Yay! So now that I'm actually like optimizing, because I actually have like days, there's like days I'm supposed to be doing this every single day. There's a different day of my business where I do this stuff, but I haven't been that girl for a long time, and she's being punished. But thank you, Charlie. I really appreciate you sort of like speaking up for me, man. But I take my punishment in its rights. Dang, it's better than the punishments that I used to get back home. um he should have given me time off. I have decades of working left, and I can do all their jobs. They'll be gone very soon. He bet on the wrong horse. I agree with you there. I agree with you there. And the fact that you actually pointed out the this is the thing as well. I'm sure you probably thought like you were just stating the obvious, but I think in even pointing out the fact that everything has erupted and this person is probably likely to retire soon, that's probably even more irritating. I can imagine I'd probably be irritated that I had to learn that lesson, and this person is actually going to be gone soon. Like, our season of life together is actually about to come to a close anyway. So I'm sure that that's irritating. But what's the actual question that you'd like to know? Because the questions that you've posed so far, I could answer those based off psychology in essence, right? Let's go deeper. What do you really want to know? Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. You're good, pal. Tell your spirit guides that Chaley said to stop being assholes. No, they're good. Listen, it's so funny, right? Because again, like my oh girl, you better not say that. My grandma will have me. She will have me. She didn't mean it. I literally, right? I spoke to my cousin. I think it was yesterday. And we all have the like ability to see my great grandmother. She was like the one who like she was the matriarch of the family, and that this was her gift basically handed down because she activated and she perfected her craft. And literally even yesterday he was like, yeah, you better do what mama said, because if you don't, she gonna beat ya, you gonna get punished. I'm like, I know, cuz I know. I deal with it. I deal with it. I'm actually about to experience some punishments pretty soon. So, yeah. Oh, God. Butterscotch, yes. Butterscotch, yes. Roses, yes. And I can understand why the roses as well. So, yes. She don't play. My grandmother doesn't play. My great grandmother, actually, I shouldn't even. Yeah, my great grandmother, she doesn't play with none of us. Okay, at all. She decided that I have a task on the lineage, and I'm gonna have to get that together. But she means well. She means well. Like she's very, like she pushes you just to the point of you being able to realize your like strengths, basically. So it's good. It's good. We're good for each other, I guess. But no, she doesn't play. This is my punishment because I was supposed to be doing all of my segments. So I'm going to start off with doing a couple of segments and really start to reintegrate stuff differently, because I need to be out here in these YouTube streets with you guys more to really build this community, basically, that I should have started building back in 2018. 5 years in. Okay, don't sleep on me. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. It's honestly just cracking me up, though. But Lego. Um, so how is he feeling right now after biting my head off for no reason? There we go. That's really the question. Thank you. Thank you. I meant it in a loving way. No, I know you did. No, I know you did. I know you did. And this is the thing. Obviously, you're coming to my defense, right? But literally, listen, my great grandmother in life and death. When she showed up to me in spirit for the first time, I was literally sat there at my dining table and I was like, yes, mama? Like, can I help you? Like, literally. Because she commands respect. Like, she commands even demons. So, listen, the least I can do in my little human body is respect her. Okay? She don't play. Pisces don't no. 5 years, Chaley. I'm like 5 years late handing in the assignments. Could you believe it? I don't know what happened to my life in the last 5 years. I was going through some healing for like 3 of those years. So technically that's not my fault. Life was lifing then. But I'm back in the game. That's what's most important. Right. We want to know and get an understanding of basically how is Scott feeling now, like after the conversation that they had, where he snapped, he got triggered and he snapped. He was like, oh my God, how dare you? I didn't even take that into consideration. I could have just gotten rid of her the entire time because she was coming towards her expiry date. He's actually low-key mad at himself, which I can see that that's really where a lot of the frustration and the irritation's coming from as well, because low-key, he knows that there's stuff that he could have done more, but there's a refusal to self-examine. And that's a part of the issue. There's a refusal to self-examine. Oh, interesting, guys. Let's see what we have on the cards. Okay. Oh, it's just funny that you said tower moment earlier because we've got the tower in reverse. Oh, dude. Okay. Oh. After he had the tower moment upright, now he's choosing to like put that experience in remission. He doesn't want to do that again. Sorry, I'm tickled by all these experiences because that's really what life is feeling like for me at the minute. It just feels like something that I'm tickled by because it's a tickle fest. But so basically, what they're showing to me, because we also have the Two of Pentacles with the situation at the bottom of the deck, we've got the Five of Wands. So from what I can see in the situation, he's kind of at this point now where he's going through this, like he's prioritizing where he's going to be sort of having these tower moments. Like now he's just like, oh my God, when it comes to conflict, he's like, oh, I don't know if I even want to sort of like move into that situation. I think that there's a lot of tension still there. But he's kind of like trying to figure out how to balance that situation, how to balance the tension and conflict of it all, to be fair. Because I think he also thinks to himself, like, how the hell did it get like this quickly, this drastically? Like, it all just like fell apart. Tower, you know what I mean? And it's just been like spiraling ever since. It like just fell apart. Um, hmm, interesting. And hmm, sorry. Clarify. I'm going to ask them to clarify. What's your next question in the meantime as well? Start getting that together for me, beautiful. Okay. Did I seem like a tortured soul when I was like, sorry, I just got tickled because I'm getting a playback. I probably seemed like a tortured soul when I was like, oh, she didn't mean it. Because she's giving me feedback now. She's like, oh, why I'm going to make it look so bad. But you guys know I'm joking. You guys know she's gentle, really. She feels the type of way she feels like I'm basically like giving the wrong impression. She's actually really quite gentle with me for the most part. She, like I said, she just pushes me to be better than I think I am. Okay, thank you. Sorry, we're having deliberations in the team at the minute. Sorry, Paul. Clarify that for me, there, guys. In conclusion, as clearly as you can. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's just a two. Okay. He's feeling burnt out by the situations and having to navigate things with you. It's like it can be very passionate a lot of the times. I think it's one of those situations where he feels like there isn't really any progress with the situation, regardless of how practical he tries to be with it, regardless of how, pragmatic he tries to sort of like stay when it comes to certain situations, and grounded. He's like having conversations with you sometimes can feel ungrounding because, again, he got triggered. So I think it's just one of those things. But what's the next question? Let's dive into that. Jen, we're finished. We're finished. We are finished. Well and truly. Pearl is the last person on the list. Okay. 3 hours, 1 minute. Yeah. Mm. What do you see in terms of friendship vibe with me and Yaya? I really need a buddy in this area who isn't married with kids. Everyone around me here has a family, someone to see bands with. Listen, I feel you on that, right? I feel you on that. That part. I'm telling you. Right. Let's do this. It is like, because what I find is that when they start to I can't even say when they start to sort of like get to a certain phase in their experience, but I find that things get a little bit tricky because our lives don't have the same symmetry in terms of routine, so it gets a little bit tricky, just a little bit. I couldn't help myself. Oh, okay. It's all good. It's all good. We're finishing up your last little question, anyways. In terms of friendship, okay. So, how do you see the friendship playing out with Yaya and Pearl? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's no method to the madness. I think for you guys, this is like a journey that you guys are really sort of going on together, where it's kind of like, oh, this is so cute. I don't know if you can see it on the card. Oh, you can't see it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Like, there's like these two butterflies, and they're kind of like within the garden. And this is kind of like where you go to kind of like have this experience that is almost like euphoric, right? When you go into the garden and the gate type of experience. So I feel like this relationship is a intentional alignment. um, I feel like it can sometimes feel a little bit like the blind leading the blind, respectfully. I feel like you guys are just free spirits, both of you guys, and you guys just kind of like go wherever the wind blows you, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? You guys are just like, oh, I don't mind. And so that dynamic kind of like works, and you guys are compatible in friendship for those aspects of your personality. I do think that you guys have to be mindful of when you're not necessarily being like resourceful of each other, right? When, how can I put it? When you're not necessarily taking the time to consider each other, some of those things can become a little bit complicated on this journey, because they're showing, obviously, it's a journey that you guys are going to go on that's going to really be able to unfold and show you guys what's actually inside this garden, how many seeds you guys are able to sort of like plant together, how many seeds do you sow when it comes harvest season, and all of these things, you know what I mean? So I think it's a good situation. It's a good situation. It looks pleasant, right? You guys have got a solid 2 years on this journey, where, yeah, yes. I think you guys have got a good solid 2 years on this journey, where you guys are going to, I'm going to say that there's going to be certain circumstantial factors that does need to be taken into consideration in terms of reevaluating things, maybe just over the 2 year mark. I want to say 2 years, 3 months. But for now, garden in the gate. Okay, you guys can go and be your best little butterflies together. That part, right? That's so cute. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you. That was cute. That was a nice ending, actually. I like that. I like that ending. That was all worth it. To be fair. Whew. Actually, now it should be easy now for me to be able to go into like 3 hour readings um twice a week, because now I'm realizing now I need to be giving like the time kept climbing and climbing and climbing and climbing up. But I'm gonna figure out what 2 days I can give to you guys as far as readings, what day I can give to you guys as far as like a podcast to sit down and talk about all of these astrological events that we've got going on, because they are really about to like not just shake things up, but like God is really about to like cook like humankind like real close to perfection with this type of climate. um there's transits that we haven't seen for like a good couple of 100 years kind of coming back into the motion of things. So yeah, I really want to sort of like dive into those and dissect it. I don't know if you guys, there was a thought that literally was like rolling off my head here. Like I was feeling the breath of grandma basically as she was pouring her downloads in. But yeah, we gonna do bits, guys, definitely, because it's gonna be quite the experience. I guess she's got a lot of things to say and channel through me, and I've got a lot of things to learn as I channel, basically, because I'm telling you, that's where I learn like a lot of stuff as well. I'm like, what? That's why I like to be in the space for the most part. And once I can kind of like move past my own anxieties and get to a comfort zone, because it might not look like it, because I just come on here and I chill and I vibe and I'm myself. I can't help but I'm Pisces, baby. But at the same time, I struggle with mad anxiety. So with that kind of dynamic and situation, it can be pretty intense, to be fair. So I'm going to definitely make sure that I start to, which ones are coming up. How about you don't commit to the other day, but just surprise us if you're feeling it. Potentially, that might have to be like a pop-up situation. The thing is, like I used to so before, I actually had like a full process basically, and that's what she trained me for. I was in training, so I speak about these 5 years, but I was actually in training for 3 years. And in training, we already deliberated on how I would deliver the information and all of this construct of everything, right? So I already have those things. I think it's more so me kind of like having to exert some energy for a while to be able to position myself. But I chose the right avatar for it because trust me, I have given myself like so many surprises in terms of what I'm capable of and when I want to quit and what can be done if I choose not to. So as I'm like learning how to optimize like some of my other qualities, like I spoke about my lazy personality, but she isn't the only one. I also have poor business like etiquette. You clearly see, like I'm a creative. That's what I do. So I'm mostly focused on that aspect of things. But if I can get the business construct of things into a lot better format, I can transition out of my day job. Because when I took, so basically why it took 5 years is because I did training for 3 years and then I was supposed to develop the business, but then we negotiated our terms and I took the opportunity to move out of my mom's because I needed to heal outside of the environment that was continuing to make me sick. And I basically needed to live elsewhere. And when we negotiated the terms, it was decided that, okay, when I do come here, I'm going to have a couple of years to basically just stabilize onto the timeline because it's going to take me a while to optimize back into this girl. Like I've been integrated into corporate Shakima. So I'm integrating back into this version of myself that I already did training like a good couple years back. So it's good. That was crazy AF. Just felt like my house moved twice. Oh snap! Where do you live, girl? Are earthquakes a thing? If not, ley lines that move through your town. What's that like? Because you may have felt like a shift like deep in the earth too. That may be a thing too. So that's interesting. Or maybe you actually just jumped into two different, you actually just did two quantum leaps actually in the sensitivities of your psyche, because obviously Pisces is deeply intuitive to the subconscious. So picking up into the subtle realms, you probably just like had like two leaps forward. Listen, there's some ish that's about to come. The fact that I'm actually even sort of like putting some of these things, yes, they are. And I'm on a fault line as well. Okay, I've never felt that before. It happened once after again, like shaking the house. I, t- I told you. I told you don't say nothing about my grandmama. No, I'm joking though, but seriously. My grandmother is like trained in a level of spirit where she moves. Like for real, for real, for real, for real. That's why all of her grandkids are all out here, like, still so, like, yes, mama, no, mama, what you want, mama? Like, I live in a two-story duplex, and I'm upstairs, girl. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, literally, I remember the first time that she actually like told me to do a reading, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to do the reading with my candle, and she literally shut down the block. That has never happened in my actual like building. Like the whole building shut down. She was like, "Get your candle, girl." That's what I taught you how to make them for. And I was like, "Okay, we doing this. Fine." I think she likes you too. I think she likes like she's playful. That's what it is. And if you're not like shook of her, she actually like gets, you know, inviting. Do you see what I'm saying? Like she's actually quite friendly in essence. She's just powerful. So sometimes she, you know, like those big bears that has like the little toys and they have to be mindful how they squeeze. That's what you saw with like her and how she's playing with me. That's what she's like, okay? I told you, homegirl does not play. She's funny. Did you see how she called me out even during the reading? She was like, "No, you need to check them and let them know that I'm not like out here. This isn't like slave labor or anything. Like I'm actually here helping you to better your life." Like she was probably giving me an earful. But she means well. She's like, she's so dope. Like, I really appreciate her actually like taking me on this walk, because before, when I was like activated, I didn't know how to use my gifts. Do you know what I mean? And I wish I'd spoken up while she was actually like in waking life. But like navigating with her everywhere all the time, like everywhere I go in like a spiritual community, people are like, "Oh, you've got an elderly lady with you." I'm like, "Yeah, that's my great grandma. I don't go nowhere without her." She don't let me out of her sight. So yeah. But no. Earlier, remember when I asked if she smells like rose and butterscotch? Yes, yes. Yeah. That's exactly the butterscotch thing. I was like, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Oh, but no, thank you guys. Thank you guys for sitting the tension with me. Y'all have been dope. You guys made the last 2 years of actually like coasting feel like it was worth it. Can I please ask a yes or no? Go for it. You don't need to answer with the cards. No, I figured. I didn't take them back out. I figured this was going to be an intuitive hit. But no. No. Don't go out there embarrassing me like that as well, though. You can't be doing that. How are you just gonna go and try to show up at? Come on, like we're a team. Sorry. Does he send me questions with tell on me? Is it supposed to be tell on me? No, sorry. I was like having another sidebar with the team, right? Forgive me. Sidebar with the team. Um, does he send me questions? Because I felt her presence like all pull back into the space. It was funny because at one point I actually felt like her presence wasn't necessarily all the way like with me here. So it was funny when you said about the thing, but yeah. Telonym. Okay, telonym. Thank you. See, because I'm like, huh? Yes, is what I'm getting with this situation, but I think he's I guess he is selective. He's proactive. Sorry. Okay. He's proactive about what questions he asks. That part. I think he's asked probably maybe 1 to maybe 3 questions, they're saying as well. Okay. Oh, she likes you too. She likes you too. Yeah, he sent probably 1 to 3 questions. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that you like people, Nana. Sorry. I'm like having a whole sidebar over here because she's talking to me as well. But yeah, she's usually quite to herself and she's very protective of me. So it's interesting to see how she engages when she actually likes someone. Because usually when I ask her for feedback about people that I'm around, she's like snappy with the discernment on it and she just lays all of their demons and shit bare. And I'm like, huh. Interesting to consider. But yeah. Okay, so not the person that spells you as you. You're so good. Oh, that's sweet. Oh, look at you making friends. That's so sweet. Sorry, sidebar. Snap. No, because she actually said to me, oh, no, I like her too. I like her too. Like, she's nice. So yeah, that's nice. Look at you guys making friends. Hey, need to. Before you dive in, we're finished for the night. We've been out here. I've sat detention. You can't need to. I mean, you can, but it will not be answered. Okay. We're shutting down for the night. We're shutting down for the night. But this was like such a dope space tonight. Thank you guys so much. It's like 3 something. They're probably going to keep me up for at least another hour or two to have discussions because I'm sure she's excited about her new friend that she just met. Ma'am, guidance of you. Need to. Come on. I've just said that we're finished for the night. I've been in here for like 5 hours. I just said that I finished detention. You know, tune in next week. Next week, I'm going to be live for 2 days. I'm going to actually have to optimize because, listen, it's already been said. Happy Easter, Ash. Happy Easter to you too. On that note, guys, I'm going to love you guys and leave you guys because I sat detention and I was always that girl, even after detention. It was so lit that I chose to stay even later after detention. So I'm going to choose to check out and drop the mic because I never know when to leave the class. That part, but I loved you guys. Like tonight was so dope. I enjoyed myself. You guys, like your questions, fire. Okay, thank you guys for these ascension points. Make sure that you guys tune in. Okay, your girl's gonna optimize. I'm gonna do it, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna bring old Chikima back and reinvent her in the space. Okay. Thank you, Chelly. Have a good week, you guys. Enjoy these ascension points. Trust me, they're going to be like greatness into more awesomeness into more greatness. Okay. Love you guys. I'll catch you guys next week twice. Bye. Oh.